It's not there yet. And welcome, everyone, to Holy Family Radio's Spring Spirit Drive. And I said it the first exact time. It is our Spirit Drive, our 2025 version of the Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio. I'm Deacon Jeff Compton. Glad to be with you for this event here today. I'm really excited about it. Hosting it for my 13th time. But it is really a joy to be able to do that again this year. So once again, I'm joined in the studio by my co-host, once again, Kim Schrader. Good morning, Kim.
Good morning, Deacon Jeff. It's a cool, lovely morning to kick off our Spirit Drive.
Yeah, I'm really excited about it. And it's been a year and a half since we've done a Spirit Drive. Normally it's in the springtime that we do this. And I mentioned that already at the beginning, didn't I?
Yes. And I'm sure we'll both do it, but that's okay. We're just excited. So we'll make a few fumbles, but we're excited to be here and talk about Holy Family Radio and how we can serve you.
Well, we should get to the numbers before I break into the whole list of things that we're going to be doing today and setting everything up for everybody. So if you want to call right now and pledge your support for Holy Family Radio, you could do so right now at 888-287-0655. I'll say that again, 888-287-0655. We've got volunteers in the studio right now ready to take your phone calls and take your pledges. And we would certainly be appreciated if you would do that, because we have been broadcasting hope and sharing faith for 15 years now on Holy Family Radio. 15 years.
Praise the Lord.
Praise the Lord. I tell you what, I know when this ministry was founded and went on the air in August of 2010, I know that the founders had every intention that this would be a long-term project. Ministry was founded and went on the run started without any debt. And I know that the founders have been very fortunate to have been supported so generously by the listeners and folks in this area that we have now been here for 15 years, and we have no plans to not continue in that. But once again, it's always dependent upon you, dear listener, in supporting us. You can also go online to our website at holyfamilyradio.fm, holyfamilyradio.fm. M is in FM radio, and you can make a pledge or donation there. Also, if you have our mobile app, Holy Family Radio mobile app, there's a donate button in the lower right-hand corner. Tap that, and you'll go to the same exact online giving form, and you can make a pledge or donation there. So our slogan this year for the Spirit Drive is broadcasting hope and sharing faith. It is the Jubilee year of hope here in the Catholic Church. Donation there, and so our slogan this year, that's really what we've been doing for 15 years. Broadcasting hope and sharing faith through the programming, this Catholic programming here on Holy Family Radio. Now, there are a lot of people out there who are listening who have never heard of a Spirit Drive before. And I'm speaking about all those dear listeners now who are listening at 90.9 FM, based out of Florida, and folks in
Fostoria, Florida.
Now who are listening at 90.9 FM. Tell you what, hopefully that's probably not the last time I will make a faux pas, right?
Nor mine. We're just getting warmed up. That's okay.
That's right. We are getting started here. So hopefully at Fostoria and Tiffin, and so I encourage those folks to
We're just getting warmed up.
call in and listen, because here's what a Spirit Drive is. A Spirit Drive is where we interrupt our regular programming for 3 days to basically ask you to help support us, because we are a 100% listener-supported ministry here for Holy Family Radio. We don't get any support from the diocese. We don't have an endowment. We don't have any wealthy benefactors that are bankrolling this ministry. It is through underwriting, business underwriters, and through listeners. That's it. So wealthy benefactors. We need to interrupt the programming to get these donations to keep us going for another year and beyond. So this is your opportunity. If you you are now listening to 90.9 FM for the first time, we went on the air in January, and you're enjoying it. Now is your opportunity to sow a seed into Holy Family Radio to keep us going and going. So we have an echo. I'm enjoying it. Why do we have opportunity to sow a seed into Holy Family Radio to keep us from going and see if that makes a difference? So have an echo. I'm enjoying it. So yeah, basically making a phone call and a pledge to help support us at 888-287-0655. And we have guests that come in throughout the day. We'll be live on air starting now 7 a.m. up through 6 p.m. So it's a long day, 11 hours throughout the day. We'll be live on air. What do you think about that, Kim?
Starting now, it's a long day, but it goes quickly because we talk to a lot of great people.
So it's a long day.
We vary things up. Everybody loves the regular programming, of course, but it's nice to talk to some people because we talk throughout the diocese that can tell us a little bit about things going on in their neck of the woods or their parish or specific ministries that they are involved in. So that's always very edifying for folks and inspiring. So it goes quickly. 11 hours seems long, but it goes quickly. So we know that you listeners want to be with us, but that you're usually just with us for short periods of time, maybe driving in your car for a little bit here and there. But stick with us as much as you can. And here's some of the great guests that we have lined up for short periods of time, maybe driving in your car for a little bit here and there. But stick with us as much as you can. And here's some of the great guests that we have lined up for short periods of time, maybe driving in your car for a little bit here and there. But stick with us as much as you can. And here's some of the great guests that we have lined up for short periods of time, maybe driving in your car for a little bit here and there. But stick with us as much as you can. And here's some of the great guests that we have lined up for short periods of time, maybe driving in your car for a little bit here and there. But stick with us as much as you can. And here's some of the great guests that we have lined up for short periods of time, maybe driving in your car for a little bit here and there. But stick with us as much as you can. And here's some of the great guests that we have lined up for short periods of time, maybe driving in your car for a little bit here and there. But stick with us as much as you can. And here's some of the great guests that we have lined up for short periods of time, maybe driving in your car for a little bit here and there. But stick with us as much as you can. And here's some of the great guests that we have lined up for short periods of time, maybe driving in your car for a little bit here and there. But stick with us as much as you can. And here's some of the great guests that we have lined up for short periods of time, maybe driving in your car for a little bit here and there. But stick with us as much as you can. And here's some of the great guests that we have lined up for short periods of time, maybe. and make your donation there. Or you can also go to 2 different apps this year. You can go to the Holy Family Radio app and tap the donate button and make your donation. Or you can go to the iCatholic Music app 2 different and tap the donate button in the lower right corner. Radio app. So those are all ways that you can donate. We'd love to get off to a great start and hear that phone ring for the first time for this Spirit Drive. So how about you be that first caller? 888-287-0655. Great start and hear that phone ring for the first time. We have some Spirit Drive. So how about you be that? Thank you gifts
please talk about that
for people who meet some specific criteria. Thank you gifts. What we have is a book by Joe Heschmeyer. Excuse me. Specific. The early church was the Catholic Church. We'll try to get this on video, but because our video is delayed, it's hard for me to tell. So Chris, if you can give me the thumbs up that it shows, that'd be great. The early church and we are offering these to every new donor, right? Every new donor will receive a copy of this book. And also, in celebration of our 15th anniversary, any current donors who increase their recurring donation by at least $15 a month, you don't have to be a recurring donor. That equals out to $180 annually. So if you're a one-time-a-year donor, that would be increasing your donation by $180 for this particular Spirit Drive year. But we've got, I think we've got 100 copies. Is that right?
We are going to get as many copies as we need.
Okay, there's no limit. There's no limit. But you want to be one of the people to claim one of these wonderful books.
We are going to get as many copies
Joe
as we need.
There's no Heschmeyer. Hesch. I'll get it wrong 12 times more. Forgive me. Is one of the hot apologists in the Catholic space right now. So I'm excited to kind of thumb through this book during some of our breaks. I think you'll really enjoy it, listeners. So why don't you give us a call right now and either increase your donation by $15 a month or $180 annually, or be a new donor, and you will receive this book. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655.
So not only can you listen, are you listening to us here at Holy Family Radio, you can also watch us during the Spirit Drive. We've been live streaming the Spirit Drive from our studios. Our old studio, and then our new studios here in Glandorf, to a couple of different places and channels. First off, YouTube. We have a YouTube channel. It's Holy Family Radio 638. So if you go to YouTube and search for Holy Family Radio, and if you find the one that has our logo on it, nice little red heart logo with the Holy Family in it, you'll find our channel. And there you can watch us live. We have a live video. In fact, I'm watching it right now on our big screen up here. So you can find that. You can also subscribe to get notifications on YouTube for any new videos or live streams that we do. So you can watch all the things that are happening there. Also, we're streaming live on Facebook. Hello, Facebook watchers. Basically, on the Facebook page, you can connect at the bottom. Yes, it's on sorry, I'm getting confused.
The different social media platforms
be confusing. And how you can do this. So we're live on Facebook. So hello to everybody out there who's doing that. Now, if you have our Holy Family Radio app, if you can also watch on your device using our Holy Family Radio app, because it gives you shortcuts to each of these channels. Okay, so if you have the Holy Family Radio app, you can tap the connect button at the bottom of the screen, and then you can tap YouTube, and then you can tap live, and you'll find us there. You can watch and listen. Same thing with Facebook. On our app, if you tap connect, and then if you tap Facebook button, you'll be able to follow us and see our posts and live streams that way.
Deacon Jeff, if folks don't have the app yet, do they look for the logo behind you there in selecting the appropriate app from the App Store or Android?
Yes, that's right. There are multiple Holy Family radios in the United States. There's one in Michigan. There's one in West Virginia or Virginia. There could be some others that I'm not aware of. So some folks get a little bit confused about that. So always look for our logo. It's right there above my shoulder if you're watching the live stream, and that will let you know that it is us. Okay. We're also streaming live on X. Hello, everybody on X who might be watching right now. And we just got verified on X, so we have a blue check.
Oh, yep. We're official.
We are official. You can follow us at Holy Fam Radio. It's at Holy Fam Radio. And then Instagram also. We're also streaming there. This is our first time to stream to Instagram as well. And you can also follow us that way on Instagram. Okay, so all of our posts go there. Something that's new this year that we've really tried to make it a point to work on our spiritual readiness for the success of this spirit drive. So not only do we have a slogan that's broadcasting hope and sharing faith, which is what Holy Family Radio is all about, but we also have a Bible verse that goes along with that. It's Romans 12:12, and that is, rejoice in hope, endure in affliction, and persevere in prayer. So that there is joy in hope, despite the fact that we are afflicted, that we suffer, and that oftentimes it is difficult to continue to pray and to do that in the midst of everything that we're going through. But we should be able to and should rejoice in the hope that is found in Jesus and his church. And so we want to kind of latch onto that and remember that. And remember that Holy Family Radio does broadcast hope. It does provide hope to so many people because, and we can talk about this throughout, this whole time here that we have on the Spirit Drive, to talk about all those times that hope has been provided to people. For example, if loved ones have left the church, children have left the church, Catholic Radio is there as a means to be able to evangelize them and or others like them when they might be searching along the radio dial or other things. Or this is how I like to do it, is if I have somebody in my vehicle that is left the church or what have you, I make sure I have a Holy Family Radio on when they're in the vehicle with me, because they get a chance to listen to see what the Catholic faith is really all about. And that's what Holy Family Radio tries to do. And so I take hope in that. I hope that those seeds can be planted, and there is lots of examples of that as we go through this thing. Also, we have, for the first time, we have set up adoration during the Spirit Drive. Now, we are located next door to the St. John's Catholic Preschool here at Glandorf. And so their school day runs approximately 8 o'clock till about 11:30, 11:45. So we can't have a bunch of people who are not, the word's not certified, but trained and or been approved to be in those spaces when children are present. So we have set up adoration across the hall from our studio here at the school. And that's going to run from noon till 6 p.m. each day, except for Thursday. Thursday, it's going to end a little bit earlier, around 5:30 or so, because of another event that's happening. And we'll talk about that a little bit later. So there will be adoration going on. And so I want to encourage folks who are in the area, or maybe who want an opportunity to come see the studio and see us and all the action that goes on, to stop by and take us some time in adoration and prayer for the success of this Spirit Drive. We've been working really hard to try and ready ourselves spiritually for the Spirit Drive, because it is a work. It's a work of love, and it's one that we are reliant upon His will and everything else for this, to make this happen. I mean, it's not just us that are making this possible. It is through His work and His support and everything else that makes this possible. So, amen.
And we always say the Spirit Drive is a open door, open studio time. It's a great time to stop in if you've ever wondered what it looks like in here. We welcome visitors. Stop in, say hello, see what a radio studio looks like, stop into adoration and say some, offer some prayers for the success of the Spirit Drive.
Yeah.
All of that would be deeply, deeply appreciative. And if you can't make it in, we still joyfully accept your prayers, of course. I mean, first and foremost, we need your prayers for the success of this radio ministry. Yeah. So please, by all means, please pray for us. Always, but especially during these 3 days, that we would have a successful Spirit Drive, be able to meet the goals in order to keep this station growing and expanding and broadcasting hope and sharing faith.
Yes, absolutely. And I mentioned that our goal is $60,000, which is a very, very lofty goal for us, for a small station like ourselves. And one of the things that we've done is, let me just put it this way. We've opened up our Spirit Drive Fund about a month or so for this day today. And basically, you can say, today is actually 1 month from our 15-year anniversary, August 10th. Oh. So today's September 10th. So over that month, we've been able to collect so far $19,325 towards our $60,000 goal.
That is amazing. That's a third.
Yes, almost fully a third of our goal. Already met before we even got started on the air today, which is thank you so much to all those people who have donated. And one of the things that we do, we've got 2 people. We have 2 new donors.
Yay.
Okay, so we can ring the bell. Now, for those of you who have never listened to a Spirit Drive before, we ring a bell for every new donor that donates to us. So, Kim, would you please ring that bell? Wonderful. Thank you so much. That is a listener that's also from the 90.9 listening area.
So that counts as a new donor?
It counts
as well.
For each funds, right,
yeah.
For each total, for new donors and then Fostoria area donors. So we have one of each there. And then ring it again for our second new donor from early on. Thank you. That's a parishioner over at St. Joseph's over there in Fort Jennings, Ohio. So thank you so much for those donations. Now, we also... we talked about apostles, how we would like to get at least 12 apostles for each Spirit Drive, and we've done that before. I think our record was 14 a couple years ago, and thus far we have 6 apostles. So that is
halfway to the goal.
Halfway to the goal already before we even get started. That is so exciting. We are excited about this opportunity. But I can tell you what, we haven't heard the phone ring yet this morning. We haven't heard the phone ring. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. We're going to give those numbers often. We are really focusing in on meeting this goal this year. We're going to give frequent updates. A lot of times we don't give you an update on where we stand on our drive goals, but we're going to do that and change things up this year because we really want to focus on meeting it because we have a great need. Now, let me talk about the needs here. Holy Family Radio has an ongoing monthly expenses of around $10,000 a month. Okay, that includes salaries, that's rents. When we say rents, we're talking about the studio here. We're talking about our Fostoria station. We rent space off of that tower, and that costs us money. We also have music licensing. Even though we're not a music-based station, we do play music. And so therefore we have to pay licensing for that. And so that's not an insignificant amount. So we have that. We also have insurance to cover each of the towers, and because we own our tower for WJTA at 88.9, and we also own our tower for WOHA 94.9. We also have professional fees, and we're talking about legal, engineering, accounting, all those things that are required to keep a ministry compliant and operating. And then a fairly large one that is software. If you can imagine, we have software in terms of streaming, our server that's in here that takes all the feed from EWTN programming and otherwise. And our mobile apps, our website, all those have a cost to them. So our greatest needs, though, right now, We recently replaced our transmitter at 88.9 FM. Those of you who normally listen to 88.9 FM, you can attest to the fact that how much better it sounded in the last couple of weeks, because it is now louder and the signal is stronger. That was because our old transmitter, the transmitter that we had previously, failed, and it was not repairable, and we were using our backup transmitter, and that is being generous to it, because it was an old tube transmitter, so it had vacuum tubes in it to let you know the age of it. So that is aging, and it's showing its age, and so we spent roughly $10,000 for a new transmitter for that. We had an unexpected cost to replace the audio processor at 94.9. It was about $1,000 or so, and we just learned at that time that one of the two amplifiers in that transmitter had failed. And so 94.9, that signal is not as strong as it has been in the past, and it sounds better now because of the audio processor that we put in place. That it's improved the sound, but the strength of the signal is not as good as it should be, and we're waiting for that to happen. But that costs money in terms of the actual parts and the fees and for the folks to come travel to and make the installation. So there is that. I mentioned tower rent at Fostoria. That costs us $800 a month. That seems like a lot, perhaps. Maybe I don't know what you think, but I think it's a lot. $800 every single month to put our transmit antenna and transmitter there. We need to recover that cost. And so I'm encouraging anyone who is listening in to us at 90.9 FM to consider making a recurring donation of whatever amount to help us to cover that cost for that tower there at Fostoria. And we're going to have a similar amount, by the way, for the tower rent at Van Wert. That's another place where, we don't have a tower. We don't own one there, but we are going to be renting space off of that tower. And so that's going to cost us money as well. So that's another $800 per month, potentially, that we'll be adding. iCatholic Music, that's something I'm pretty excited about. That costs us roughly $600 a month for iCatholic Music. And you think, why would a streaming service like that cost so much? Well, number one, there's licensing. And since it's a 100% music streaming service, the licensing, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes, and the service provider that we're using handles all of that. And we're talking international licensing as well for that music. So there's that, plus the app that we have for it, and the streaming service, the DJ service, you might say, that we are using for iCatholic Music. If you enjoy contemporary Christian music, especially one that focuses solely on Catholic artists only, then iCatholic Music is something that I encourage you to check out. It's a free app. All you have to do is search for iCatholic Music at your favorite app store, whether it's Google Play or the App Store is it iTunes still? I mean, is it the iTunes Store, or is it just the App Store? I don't have Apple products.
It's the iTunes for music, and then the App Store for apps. Okay,
so it's your Apple App Store or the Apple Store, whatever, to get the app there. One thing I want to mention is if you do have our mobile app, or apps, I guess I should say, make sure you turn notifications on, because we have the ability to push messages to you. So that's a way that we can let you know and notify you of maybe a special program that's coming on Holy Family Radio. I've been doing some push notifications for the Spirit Drive in preparation for folks. And the same thing with iCatholic Music. If we have new music that's being released, that we're adding to the stream to let you know, hey, new music has been released by Seth Schleter, for example, and let you know that that's now in the playlist there at iCatholic Music. So turn those notifications on, and I promise not to spam you on that. I know a lot of us who have apps that that you say yes to notification for, and next thing you know, you've got how many of them waiting for you on your phone, right?
Inundated with
them. So I promise I don't have that much, or we don't have that much to notify you about.
There's a 888-287-0655. That's the number to call to pledge your best gift in support of this ministry. You know, Deacon Jeff, excuse me, as you were going over some of the needs of the station, it really struck me how much this ministry has grown, starting out from the humble trailer to this.
Yeah. It is amazing. It's one of those if you know sort of situations for folks who have ever been out to our old studio. Holy Family Radio has grown from very humble roots, from basically out in the middle of God's country in the middle of farmland, to putting up a new station, a new tower. And the first studio was basically a construction trailer, a double wide trailer, very humble, 2 doors. One went to the office, one went to what we call our green room, and the studio is in between those 2 doors, and all the other server equipment was in a back room, so to speak. And we made do. We did very well, I believe, with what we had, and we were good stewards of everyone's donations.
That's what came to my mind, is that this station has just been great stewards, always starting humbly, used equipment, trailer. If you're a newer listener and you're not familiar with that, check out both the Facebook and the Instagram pages for Holy Family Radio, because leading up here to the Spirit Drive, we went through the history of some of that, and there's posts in there that show, the raising of the original tower and what that very first studio looked like. And I don't know, that kind of stuff. I find that sort of stuff interesting, and maybe you will too, listeners, if you never saw the old studio and the original building of it and what it looked like. Check that out. It's a lot of fun. But also give us a call at 888-287-0655. We have not heard that phone ring yet.
No, we have not.
And we need to hear from you, dear listeners. Give us a call. Give us your pledge of your best gift. Please pray for us. And maybe also tell the person that takes your call what you like best about Holy Family Radio. That is useful information to Deacon Jeff. As he's always tweaking the lineup, the programming.
The programming. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So I tell the story every year, but he was just about ready to take a program off the air, thinking it had really sort of run its course, when a couple people sort of spontaneously mentioned, well, that was their favorite program.
Yes.
And you were, then Deacon Jeff was like, oh, well, maybe I ought to keep that on for a little while longer then. So I think you still run it a little bit. So your feedback matters, listeners, is the point. So give us that call. Now, major projects coming up. Did we cover all the goals and the needs there, or did I cut you off?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll mention that frequently throughout, but our major projects, right? Fostoria, we built that we spent roughly $35,000 to bring Fostoria Station 90.9 on the air, and we're going to be spending that, if not probably more, for Van Wert to get on the air. So, not only have we already spent that much money, we have that much money more to spend. So that makes the Spirit Drive, the success of it, even more important. So that's where you can play a part in broadcasting hope and sharing faith here at Holy Family Radio by donating. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. Now, when you make a donation, you can dedicate that however you like. You can dedicate that to in honor of someone or a memory of someone, or for whatever. So if there's a favorite priest or favorite something or other, anniversary, whatever,
a loved one,
let us know. And so we'll make sure we do that. And everyone is welcome to stop by the studio to also drop off a donation. But I should say, for those of you who are local, that before noon, that you should park over by the rectory in that concrete parking lot over there. So if you're familiar with Glandorf and St. John the Baptist Parish, you should park over where the rectory is, and it's the large concrete parking lot there, and then you walk across in front of the old gym, and you'll find us over here, because the kids will be out probably for recess later on this morning, so we're really not supposed to use that lot. So just as a reminder for those of you who may be coming to do that, we've had a couple of folks do that actually today and offer donations. So I want to thank them so much for their donations. One is in memory of Richard and Edna Worth. Thank you so much for that donation. And then also earlier this week, I got a donation from a listener to iCatholic Music.
Oh,
and they
is that a first?
That is a first. We don't count them, though, in our overall Drive New Donor, but they are new donors. So we have 4 donors for that. So if you want to ring the bell like 4 times for them, let's do that. All right. And so one of these donations was in honor of Francis and Martin Cummings. So thank you so much. That was from a listener in Massachusetts. We have listeners that have donated from iCatholic Music from Illinois and New York, Massachusetts, and Australia, believe it or not.
We have donors from Australia.
We have donors from Australia. Yes.
That's amazing.
It is amazing. I mean, the idea of Holy Family Radio is not just radio. I mean, that's the major component of us, right, is radio. But it is not the only thing that we end up doing. That's the reason why we're always pushing the envelope. This is more of a media ministry than it is a radio ministry, right? Because they're streaming. Most folks, maybe they might listen to us via streaming. And that's why we're doing video here, because a lot of people, most of us, have these mobile devices right here that we're constantly checking and scrolling and watching things with and listening. And so we have to be there in order to reach them. And so iCatholic Music is one of those key ways that we're doing that. And so I encourage folks, if you don't necessarily want to listen to Holy Family Radio all the time, and believe me, I understand, sometimes music can be a great way to do that. And this is, we feature Catholic artists only here at Holy Family Radio, so on iCatholic Music. By the way, I want to mention, if you do have our Holy Family Radio app, you are able to listen to iCatholic Music on our Holy Family Radio app.
Oh, that's nice.
I didn't know. It's a very small, subtle change. I wish it was more prevalent, but if you have our mobile app, and at the very top, there's a little banner which you press the play button and it plays. There's now a little tiny button that says choose streams. Okay, so if you tap that, you'll be able to choose between Holy Family Radio or iCatholic Music. So that makes it very easy to be able to switch with just the one app. You don't have to have iCatholic Music app to listen to us. If you have the Holy Family Radio app, you have it all.
That's one of the great things I think about this ministry is that, you're talking about the apps and the iCatholic Music and streaming. These are things that one often thinks of as appealing to the slightly younger generation.
Yeah.
But classic radio, we're broadcasting over classic radio waves, FM radio waves on various several different stations. Can appeal to the more traditional as well. If you're just I just want to listen to my radio, I'm not into all these apps. That's sort of our bread and butter. But we've also expanded into these other media formats to appeal to a broader base. Trying to be there for a variety of different folks in the ways in which they prefer to consume their Catholic media. So check out, if you're into those things, check out our social media platforms and the streaming live right now. And if you're not, hey, just turn on your radio and listen to us. That's fantastic too. We love that. Give us a call though, 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. We still have not heard that phone ring.
Not yet.
How about being that first caller for us today? Give us a ring, pledge your best gift, and let us know what you enjoy about Holy Family Radio. We are here
we'll get that in a minute.
live today, tomorrow, and Friday for your Holy Family Radio Spirit Drive, the one time per year. It's
right.
Actually been a year and a half.
Yes,
since
been a
we
year
last
and a half.
had, we say we only do it once a year, but it's actually been a year and a half this time. We know you love your regular programming. You don't necessarily want your regular programming disrupted, but we're coming to you prayerfully, humbly seeking your support for this ministry. Give us a call, won't you, at 888-287-0655. That first person to call, no matter whether you are a new donor, no matter whether you are reaching the extra $15 a month as a recurring donor. If you are the first caller today, the first caller of the live Spirit Drive, you will receive a copy of the gift that we are offering, the book by Joe Hesch.
Rhymes with Mesh.
Okay, maybe that'll help. Joe Heschmeyer. The early church was the Catholic Church. So give us a call. Be that first caller. Claim your book. I don't think we've mentioned yet, we are going to deliver these, if at all possible, we are going to deliver these books to your parish and ask that you pick them up from your parish book if you are a recipient of them. If you do not live within our listening area, do not despair. We will, in fact, mail it to you.
Yes.
But we were hoping if you are in the local listening area, we'd like to be able to deliver these to your parish for you.
Yep, absolutely.
888-287-0655. Be that very first caller and receive the gift by Joe Heschmeyer. The early church was the Catholic Church. How we doing, Deacon Jeff? Are we coming up on... any guests anytime here?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about who we're going to be talking with today. It's a great idea to run through our lineup of guests today. We don't have as many guests as we've had in the past because we're focusing on really fundraising here today, but we're going to kick off our list of guests today at 8 o'clock, just after the 8 o'clock hour. We're going to talk to Deacon Dan Brer, who is the, I'm not sure if it's vicar for clergy. It's not vicar for clergy, it's vicar for deacons, which means he is the man in charge of all the deacons in the diocese. So he's the man that we work with in terms of, like, let's say, policy. The deacon candidates that are going to be ordained this coming Saturday he's instrumental in delivering that program and setting that program up. So we're going to talk to him. It's an exciting time. At 9 o'clock, we're going to be talking to Rob Spicer, David Henley, and Carrie Broadman. They are representing the St. Michael the Archangel Chesterton Academy in Findlay. We talked to Rob Spicer, I think, 2 years ago. No, we went a year and a half, so 2.5 years ago, about the Chesterton Academy. They were looking to bring that to St. Michael. And they have been successful in doing that. I believe we're going to be talking to them about what's been going on and what they're going to be starting with the next school year with them in the Chesterton Academy. That's very, very exciting. At 11 o'clock, we're going to have Deacon Dave Schieffer here. He is a permanent deacon at Fostoria St. Wendelin. So in our new listening area, Deacon Dave was the person who was instrumental in bringing the first Catholic radio to Fostoria on 102.1, I believe. And they simulcast Annunciation Radio over there, but that license lapsed, and so now we have 90.9. So he's coming over, and we'll talk to him and see what's going on at Fostoria St. Wendelin. Sometime today, probably at 12 noon, we'll play the Bible in a year and the Catechism in a year. We got to keep that going each and every day. So normally that is aired at 11 a.m. each day here on Holy Family Radio. I'm going to move that back a little bit, do that at the noon time. And we're just going to want to make sure that we keep that every day. That's what we should, you should pray every day, read your Bible, scripture every day. And so we'll keep that going. 2 o'clock, we're going to talk to Wendy M. from Divine Grace Fertility Care. Wendy is a frequent guest here on the Spirit Drive because she's got so much good information to share with us. She was recently a guest on Peter Range's show, Say Yes to Life, which is a regional program, aired mostly here in Ohio on the Catholic radio stations in Ohio. And so she's here to talk with us, see how things are going with that, with her. And then at 4:30, we're going to talk to Gary Zemek, who is an author and speaker, and he was a guest this morning on the Sunrise Morning Show, in fact. So I had a chance to listen to him. That was about 6:30, 6:15 this morning. And we've talked to him, I think, every Spirit Drive for the last 8 or so years. It's always good to catch up with him. His thing is about anxiety and worry. He's a guy that has struggled with that, and so he tries to help people, that also struggle with that, to be able to overcome and or be able to handle that a bit better in their lives, to improve their quality of life. And then at 5 o'clock, we have a special guest coming. It's Izzy Utendorf. She is a student at Ottawa Glandorf High School, and she's a young lady who recently attended the Catholic Youth Summer Camp in Damascus. And she's got a very, very inspiring story to tell us about what her experience has been like there, and what she believes her future holds for her. And she recently was at St. Peter and Paul and shared her experience and her testimony to a decently full church. And so I thought, you know what, I need to get her on the air to have her share her story as well. So if you have the opportunity to be listening during the 5 o'clock hour today, I highly encourage you to do so. And because I think it'll be something that you'll want to hear. That's
rush hour time, and that's a great time to have a guest like that. All the guests are great, but I think everybody loves a story of inspiration from the youth. Mm-hmm. It's encouraging to the young, and it's encouraging to the old. So or not old, seasoned.
There you go.
Well, life experience, shall we call it?
Yeah.
So don't miss our conversation with Izzy at 5 o'clock today. That's going to be fantastic. Give us a call, 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. If you like the modern forms of donating and not really into the giving a call, go ahead and you can donate at holyfamilyradio.fm, as in FM radio. All one word, holyfamilyradio.fm. And you can also donate through either one of our apps, Holy Family Radio app or the iCatholic Music app. And just tap the donate button in the lower right-hand corner when you're in the app. So we try to provide means for everyone. Do we have any of those? I don't even know what they're called. The sort of Venmos of the world. Do we have ways to do that yet, Deacon Jeff? Ways for guests to donate via a Venmo or anything like that, or is that something that we're looking at for the future?
Yeah, we're looking at that for the future. Venmo, PayPal, that's who runs Venmo. They're working on that capability for charitable organizations. And so it's something that I would expect that we would have that capability next year for folks to Venmo a donation to Holy Family Radio. And because that's easy. So many people are using those, payment apps to be able to share money and funds with folks. So yes, we are definitely going to move to that platform as soon as we can, because we want to make it easy. Phone calls are great because we get a chance to talk to people, because we want to hear what you have to say and your feedback and everything. But also, being able to make it easy to donate is a great way to do it, because a lot of us don't have a lot of time, and we're used to convenience of our devices, and we're used to just being able to simply go. I mean, ultimately I never thought that we would never really have to go to a bank very often.
Who would have thought?
Who would have thought that I could just take a check and take a picture of it, and now it's in the bank?
Yeah.
It's technology can be a great tool, and sometimes it can be tools can be used for bad and for good.
Well, there's always been fraud and people that will abuse things and people that use their God-given gifts for evil purposes, essentially. So one is always having to chase that, but we're doing our best here to make things easy for you, to make it possible for you to donate and support this station in the way that works for you. And to that end, of course, it should be no surprise that, we take cash, we take checks, we take credit cards, we take prayers.
Yeah,
we take everything.
We take all of that. An increasingly popular way to donate is through a donor advised fund. So for folks who have...
Explain what that is.
A donor advised fund is for folks who have... I don't have one, so I don't know exactly completely how it works, but the idea is that you set up a particular account with a broker or service of some sort, and then you are able, and that's like set up like as a way to donate. And so then you can basically direct those dollars to whatever charitable organizations you wish to, and it just makes it easier. So we have about 5 or 6 folks who give to us that way. So it makes it easy for them. The dollars are already charitable for them. So there's no, in other words, the tax implications are already taken care of. So they're able to just freely give from those donor advised funds. So we are set up onto a couple of those platforms for folks to find us and to give to us. So we're listed at a couple different places, and folks have chosen to do that.
Nice. Very helpful. Yep. Again, we're trying to make it easy for you to support this station in the way that best works for you.
Right.
Give us a call, though. We'd love to have that first phone call, 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. We're coming around to the top of the hour. I can't believe we're already 1 hour into our 33-hour Spirit Drive here with you, dear listeners. We'd love to close the hour by having received that first phone call, 888-287-0655. This is your Holy Family radio station. Broadcasting hope and sharing faith is our theme for this year, and such an appropriate theme slogan for this year. You know, it's not only the Jubilee year of hope for the Catholic Church, but it's really a great testament or a statement as to what this station is all about. Yeah. It is about broadcasting hope and sharing faith. So join with us, won't you, in the Spirit Drive. Pledge your best support, 888-287-0655.
Celebrating 15 years of broadcasting, this is Holy Family Radio. We're going to go to break, and when we come back from our break, we'll be talking to Deacon Dan Brer, our first guest here on the Spirit Drive, 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. We're going to break, and we'll talk to you at the end.
Hello? Hello? Hello?
I'm working on this.
Hello? Yes, I can. Great. Okay. Yes, you do. Gotcha. No problem. Wow, interesting. Well, what's going on? Okay.
Drive on Holy Family Radio. I'm Deacon Jeff along with Kim, and I want to thank you so much for listening. And, you know, no matter how much we try to make sure that we're all good to go with this, with the Spirit Drive, there's always something that tries to get in the mix. There's always some sort of influence that wants to make it so that we can't raise the funds. So I got a text a little bit ago that 90.9 FM is off the air. So
the devil is always busy at work during our Spirit Drive.
Yes, always.
One year we had our line actually cut out there at the old location. It's just astounding. We have technical difficulties every year. And
every year.
It's not coincidence.
Right. It's not coincidence. All right. So welcome back to Spirit Drive. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. That's how you can broadcast hope and share faith with all of our listeners out there, both online and over the airwaves. You know, we're rejoicing in hope, enduring in affliction, and persevering in prayer. That's Romans 12:12. That you can be a part of this ministry by calling 888-287-0655. Now, I want to bring on to our next guest. I mentioned before we went to the break, we're going to be talking to Deacon Dan Brer. He is with the Diocese of Toledo. He is I want to say vicar for deacons, but I'm not exactly sure. So
we'll get his official title.
Yeah, Dan, you can tell us your official title. Welcome to the Spirit Drive.
Good morning, Deacon Jeff. Good morning, Kim. Yeah, my official title is Delegate for Permanent Deacons. And interestingly, the reason I have that title is that by canon law, you cannot be called a vicar unless you are a priest. And so previously, this position was actually called the vicar for permanent deacons, and that got changed because canon law actually doesn't allow that. So it's the same thing. And what I discover is when I work with others that do my job around the country, they go by a lot of different titles. Some of them are called the director of deacons. Some are called the coordinator of. There's all kinds of titles out there. But effectively, it's delegate because the bishop delegates me to be in charge of the deacons and to assist the vicar for clergy, who primarily oversees the priests, so that I can pick up with the deacons and both of us in assistance to Bishop Thomas.
That's a great explanation. Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
Could you explain to our listeners, what your duties and responsibilities? I mean, you have a little bit, but sort of, describe your overall responsibilities and how you go about executing them.
Sure. So there is, if you think of the structure for the diocese, we have a vicar for clergy, Father Mike Danderand, who is in charge really of all priests and deacons in the diocese. But if you add up the number of priests and deacons total, you're looking at close to 300 people. And so that's really too much for one person to oversee. And so I've been delegated to assist with deacons. So it comes down to anything that falls into the deacon category automatically comes to me. So if somebody calls the Diocesan Pastoral Center and says, hey, I think I might be interested in pursuing formation as a deacon, it's going to come to me. If a deacon in the field passes away and the family is planning a funeral, the first call is going to come to me to help them to coordinate and assist with that. So literally from the point where a person shows interest in the diaconate all the way through their passing, funeral, and then pastoral care to their family after that, because oftentimes I will connect them with widows of deacons who passed away maybe years ago and kind of continue to provide whatever care they need. So there's a spectrum of things, but we have always have one group that is in formation. So we actually just started a new group in formation this last Saturday. We have a group who is kind of more newly ordained. We have ordination coming up in 3 days on Saturday, which is exciting. We can talk more about that if you'd like. And then there are the active deacons in the field that are generally less than age 75 that are actively serving in parishes. And then we have senior status deacons who have been maybe out for a long time and maybe above age 75, but are still out there either serving in a parish or are fully retired. And so all of those individuals, whatever they need, their pastoral care, the formation of the new men, offering retreats, continuing formation opportunities, anything that hits the desk here that has to do with a deacon in a parish, from assignments to troubleshooting questions, help, and so forth, is always going to go through my office first.
That was a really helpful explanation. Thank you, Deacon Dan Breyer. We're speaking with here on your Holy Family Radio Spirit Drive. Give us a call, 888-287-0655, to support your Catholic radio station. Deacon Dan, that was a really fascinating description there of ministering with the families in the deacon candidate from the very first call or inquiry about possibly being interested in pursuing the permanent diaconate, all the way through the death of that individual, and even ministering to their family. That's something that, if you told us that before when we spoke with you, then I managed to forget it. But it's fascinating, and I think, and our listeners probably appreciated that. You're right. We caught you at a really great time, because you're just, I guess I'll call it finishing a class. Do you call it a class, a cohort? What do you call a group?
Yeah, we usually refer to them as a cohort, but yes, or an ordination class. Okay. So both of those words are appropriate.
Okay, so you're just finishing one and just starting another.
Yeah, it's really, this has been an exciting and incredible last few months, because every 2 years we have a deacon convocation where we pull together deacons from the diocese and their wives, if they're available, to meet for a couple of days. We met back at the end of June in Findlay for the convocation, and that fed us right into our preparations for starting a new class and ordaining the current group. So 2 weeks ago, we were down at Maria Stein Retreat Center with the 13 candidates preparing for ordination, and we went through what we call the canonical retreat, because canon law requires a 5-day retreat just prior to ordination. So we spent 5 days together with Monsignor Tad Oxley from Gibsonburg, and he was with us Monday through Friday. We came back from that event on Friday night, and then the next week we were doing the final preparations to kick off a brand new formation class. And so on Saturday, we were in Fostoria all day with the brand new cohort. So there are 31 men in that next group, which is a bumper crop large. And they're just an incredibly energetic and fired up group. And we spent all day with them on Saturday. And we left Fostoria Saturday night and turned right around to start making the final preparations for ordination. And so on Saturday, we will ordain 13 men as permanent deacons. They'll be given new assignments, and then we will continue to proceed on with our new group. So this is kind of the changing of the guard, where one group is ordained while another group begins at the same time. So it's very, very vibrant, exciting time in our office with a lot going on.
Busy season for you, for sure.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I never wake up in the morning thinking, "Gee, what am I going to do today?" But it's an exciting time, and especially when you look at the number of men who are. You don't want to, counting the numbers is not what it's all about. Nonetheless, it does kind of represent kind of a resurgence in interest in ministry, and I'm finding it interesting how even the same thing is true with the priesthood. We have more young men that are coming forward for the seminary to become priests than we've had in recent years, and the same thing is happening with the diaconate. So I'm feeling like the Holy Spirit is very alive and is starting to sort of pay those dividends of a renewal in the church and a renewal in interest in ministry.
Oh, that's so exciting and so beautiful. It's easy to get discouraged in our current time with, all you have to do is turn on the news and you can feel discouraged. But it's beautiful to hear, especially of the younger, but even the diaconate isn't there a minimum age requirement for diaconate? That's not necessarily young.
There is. So you are not allowed to be ordained unless you're at least 35. So every new aspirant in the program has to be at least 30 right now because it's a 5-year process. And then at the other end, they have to be 65 or younger at ordination time. So there's a window in there between 35 and 65, basically.
Okay, that's a nice big window there. Maybe that helps inspire people for sure. Many of us know, but there may be some listeners that don't. Can you describe what the formation process is now? I know it's changed just a little bit from even when Deacon Jeff went through the process. I think it's changed just a little bit. Could you describe that for our listeners?
Yeah, actually, to be honest with you, it's changed a lot, and especially with this new class. So Deacon Jeff and I are classmates. Shout out there to our group of 2017. Just about to have an anniversary here, which is pretty exciting.
That's right.
But the process that we went through was after the inquiry year of kind of signing up, applying, and all going through all your testing and so forth. We had a 4-year formation process. In the new process, it is 5 years. So the U.S. Council of Bishops asked us to do 2 years of aspirancy instead of 1 before the 3 years of candidacy. So it's a 5-year process. The other big change is that we are doing much more in terms of pastoral experiences and field experience. So when we met with the men on Saturday for the first time, they had a 3-hour workshop on pastoral experiences, and each one of them is going to be expected over the next 2 years to be involved in pastoral experiences, going out to nursing homes, to hospitals, whether they have an opportunity to serve in a food pantry or a homeless shelter, some different acts of charity like that, so that they get used to what kinds of things that the deacons engage in, and they'll be involved in that. And the other thing is the intellectual part of their formation, which is essentially the academic classes. The University of Notre Dame will be providing for us online. So instead of them coming for long weekends with a lot of classes that they take, they're going to be shorter weekends where we really focus on spiritual and human dimensions when we get together, and they're doing the academic pieces at their own pace at home online. So the program really looks very different. We preserve the best of what was there before, some of the same content and instructors that carried over and so forth, but a lot of it has been really shifted to be more practical in terms of their experiences, and also to give them those opportunities to community build, to pray and develop their spiritual growth, as well as their own human qualities of the simple things of how we relate to other people. So it's very exciting. It's really, we feel like we gave birth to a new baby on Saturday, because we've got the framework, we've got the curriculum figured out, we've got it all laid out and mapped out, but now the rubber hits the road and you start actually doing it.
Just like right at the crib or baptismal level for this class, and then more at the marriage or truly holy orders for your class that's about to be ordained on Saturday. So tell us a little bit more about that class, about the ordination, anything along those lines.
Yeah. Sure. It's so interesting that you mentioned the analogy of marriage, because that's exactly, I sent an email out to all of our candidates yesterday who will be ordained on Saturday. And that's the imagery that I used with them. Is I told them, whenever I preach at a wedding, I oftentimes will say, people view it as, we've been planning for a year, and this is the big buildup, and you finally got to your wedding day. We made it to the finish line, And the truth is, it's not the finish line; it's the starting block. The wedding day is just the beginning of that lifelong sacrament of matrimony, where you grow in love for one another and in the grace of God throughout the rest of your life. And the exact same thing can be said for ordination, for holy orders. It isn't as if we've done 4 years of formation and preparation so we can finally say, hey, we made it and we're done. We actually made it to a point where we can start, and so Saturday is not the finish line. It is a starting block of a lifetime of ministry. And so there are 13 men in the process. They're from all around the diocese. Ordination is at 10 o'clock Saturday morning at the Rosary Cathedral. Everyone is invited to come. It is going to be a beautiful liturgy. Bishop Thomas will lay hands on those 13 men and ordain them as deacons. And then immediately after their ordination, they will be assigned to a parish that they'll be serving. We have a reception afterwards, and then they're on their way. And you know what also is really interesting about this the new standards from the Council of Bishops is not only did they expand the formation time from 4 to 5 years of the new cohort, but they also asked us to institute a 5-year post-ordination process for those who are being newly ordained, because they felt as though a lot of times around the country, men were being ordained as a deacon, and at ordination you say, here's where you're going, good luck, and you walk away from them. Now they're kind of on their own, And I don't think that's ever been completely true in the Diocese of Toledo, but this is a much more intentional opportunity for us to track those men and to give them the support they need. So what happens is immediately after ordination, each one of them will be assigned a mentor deacon who will mentor them in the coming years to be able to be there to answer their questions, et cetera, to get together. We're recommending about 4 times a year to just sort of touch base and support them. We also will have an annual get-together of this cohort. They'll get together on a Saturday with their wives, if available, once a year to kind of recharge, share what's going on, to celebrate the Eucharist together and just have some time to kind of reunite and reignite their fire. So it's exciting that it's truly, this Saturday is not the end of the road. It is the beginning, and we now have a specific program for them, to continue to support one another in the years to come, which I think is going to be very nice.
Yeah, absolutely. I was fortunate that my father-in-law is a deacon. He lives next door, so it was very easy for me to get mentored. But I imagine for many other men who are off in a parish as the lone deacon and maybe away from family, they probably don't have that opportunity. So I think it's going to be a really good thing to be able to offer that to newer deacons, because when you're out there, it's like, okay, I know kind of what I've been trained, and I know I have to follow the direction of the pastor, but really, how else should I do this? And it's good to have a resource like that.
Yeah, for sure. And I think those annual meetings, and Deacon Jeff, you and I know well that we've been ordained for 8 years, and in those 8 years, our cohort has never been together in the same room since ordination day.
That's right.
We get together, there may be a few of us at this event and a few of us at that event, but we've never actually had a concentrated day to just sit down and say, let's spend a day together again. And that is now prescribed by the Council of Bishops, and we have dates on the calendar to ensure that those 13 men will gather together for one day a year to make sure they continue to reunite and share their experiences. And I think that ongoing support is so important, so that we're not scrambling around individually to try to figure out who do I ask this question to, or gee, I wonder how that person is doing in Sandusky. I haven't talked to him in years.
Mm-hmm. Well, very good. I know it's important to pray for these men who are about to be ordained. And it's very important to pray for these men who are beginning that process. And that process is really a discernment process, both for the individual and for the church, to be able to help guide that man in his formation, to make sure that it's a good fit and it's the right calling for them. So it's a big and important job that you have to do.
Yeah, interesting that you mentioned that in that discernment point, because that really is what it's all about. And I made that point heavily on Saturday with the new cohort. And I said, this is not, don't look at these 5 years as preparation to be a deacon. Because if you want to know the basics of how to assist at Mass and how to lead Eucharistic adoration, I could probably teach you that in a day. But that's not the point. We're not trying to teach you the skills as much as we're trying to form and discern, is God truly calling you to this vocation? And some people think they're being called, but they're really not. Others are being called, but they're ignoring God, and so we try to hit on that kind of forming the total person and listening to God, following His will, and saying, am I really being called to this? And if so, then there is a path, for ordination. In 2030 will be the next ordination day, September of 2030, which is amazing.
That is amazing to hear. Those numbers keep getting bigger, and that means we keep getting older. And wow, it's pretty amazing for sure.
It definitely is. I'm sorry. I just want to tell you, yesterday I was working on a calendar, a formation calendar, and it goes all the way through 2030 with roughed out dates from 30 to 33. And I looked at that and I thought, oh my goodness, we're already planning 8 years down the road. But you got to think in advance. That's what planning is all about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I talked to Father Eric Kaufman yesterday. Did a pre-recorded interview with him, and I mentioned the fact that so often when seminarians or deacons enter into formation, we take it as, well, this is what's going to happen to me. This is the first step of all the rest I'm going to take, and it's really not the case. It really is an important time for formation, and I can tell you, when I first got started, I was all excited. I was ready to go to learn all this stuff. And then it, right away, pump the brakes here. We need to work on the human formation and all these other things. Let's talk about philosophy. How do you know what you know and everything else? And it helped to get my mind right in terms of understanding what this vocation was and what it means. And so yeah, it's an important time for a couple of groups of men, and it's exciting it's all coming together right now.
888-287. Oops, sorry. Go ahead.
Sure. Go ahead, Kim.
Oh, I was just going to give the number, 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. That's the number to call to pledge your best gift in support of your Catholic radio station. We're speaking with Deacon Dan Breyer, delegate for permanent deacons of the Toledo Diocese.
Yes.
Ooh, that's my issue today. I can't pronounce that. I wanted to ask you a question that is probably a little bit selfish, but I was wondering how wives can best support their husbands through this process.
Yeah, that's a great question. Because when I interact with other directors or delegates around the country, I find that it kind of goes from A to Z on how wives are involved. Bottom line is that your wife, the wife of a deacon, has to be fully supportive and fully ready to be able to adjust to the changes in their life that's going to happen when her husband is ordained. And so, it's important throughout the whole process that she is aware of what the formation pieces are, what her husband's responsibilities are going to be. Does she buy into that? Can she be there for him for emotional support, etc.? A misconception is that the wife of the deacon is expected to do everything he does, and to be there for programming and so forth. That's just not true. Some deacons do a lot with their wives. They'll do, like, if they're doing marriage preparation, they might do it as a team with their wife and so forth. But other deacons don't, and their wives are not involved in their ministry, and that's okay too. But those are the conversations they have to have during the formation time. So what we do with our deacon formation process, and this was new actually with the last cohort, is that we have kind of a formal program, if you will, for the wives of deacon aspirants and candidates, where the wives are undergoing their own form of formation as well. So what we've done the last few years is that the wives get together on a Saturday, separate from the deacons. It's just the wives together for some time together for kind of a mini retreat day. We sometimes will have a priest or someone that gives them a talk, and they meet, they have lunch. We generally meet during the winter time electronically to just be able to touch base, what's going on, what are you feeling? And in the spring, we generally bring the wives to one of the days of formation, and they have kind of a mini retreat day with their husbands, and they have a meal together. And so we really are trying to incorporate them in the process, not to overwhelm them. They don't have to come to every session, and they're not committed every month. They're not the ones who are going through formation or being ordained, but they do need to tune in to what's going on in the process. And so we try to help that along by kind of formalizing a little bit through a program. And I think it works out well. The wives end up oftentimes creating like a group me, and they're texting and communicating with one another. How is your husband doing this, or what's going on with you this month, or whatever, which is beautiful that they get that well connected. But the wife of a deacon absolutely needs to be part of that process and to also discern whether she feels as though her husband is being called and that she can be supportive of that. And the one thing that most people don't know is that the very last thing that happens before ordination is that a wife has to write a letter to Bishop Thomas saying, I fully support my husband becoming a deacon, and I will adjust accordingly, and I will support his ministry. And if she is not willing or ready to write that letter, ordination is off. So it really comes down to that. Canon law says they must have the active support of their wives to be ordained.
That's a beautiful description. Thank you. A little bit selfish because my husband's in your new class. So.
Oh, is he?
Yeah. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. Listeners, we are speaking with Deacon Dan Breyer, Delegate for Permanent Deacons for our Diocese of Toledo, 888-287-0655. Please give us a call. I don't know, we've had headphones on, so I might not have heard the phone ring, but right, I don't think it has rung yet this morning. So we need to hear from you, listeners. We need to know, we have some lofty goals that we've put out there, but we do want to mention, if those aren't within your means, within your reach, your best gift is really all we ask for. So if that's $5, we so humbly and gratefully accept that. Give us a call, won't you? 888-287-0655. We want to be respectful of your time, and I'll turn it back over to you, Deacon Jeff, if you have some additional questions.
Absolutely. Well, I know you've got other things to get going, Deacon Dan, because you've got a lot to do to get prepared for this ordination. So I want to thank you for your time today. Thank you for letting us know kind of the scoop regarding those deacons and those that are starting out. Is there anything else you'd like to share before we let you go today?
Well, I would certainly like to thank you for this opportunity to be here, and thank you for the work that you do for Catholic Radio and for Catholics in our area. It is so important. And I was reflecting at the beginning, Kim, you were sharing about, well, both of you are talking about sort of how the devil can step in and knock down a radio station for the day and all that sort of thing. It reminded me of a meditation I did this morning just before, it was part of my morning prayer before we called here. And that is, I've been reading this book by Father Michael Casey called The Longest Psalm, where he reflects on each of the verses of Psalm 119, which is 160 verses or whatever. And the verse that I was reading about and meditating on this morning is verse 87 that says, they almost brought me they almost brought me to an end on earth, but I did not forsake your precepts. And what Father Casey talks about is they almost brought me to an end. That even though the evil can creep up in our lives and the devil is active in doing what he does, the key word there is almost. He almost took the station down, but he didn't. He almost got Jesus once and for good, but he didn't, because he rose from the dead. And I think we have to just focus on that word almost, that we're always getting the upper hand on the devil. We're always getting the upper hand in our service to God. And so thank you both and everyone at your radio station for all of the good work you do for the diocese and for promoting the faith and helping us to grow in our understanding of God's will in our lives.
Well, thank you, Deacon Dan. Appreciate that. Yes, it is a work of love. It's something that we feel is extremely important and part of what God wants to have happen here. And we're just thrilled to be able to be a part of it. And so I want to thank you again for joining us here on the Spirit Drive, and have a great day. And I will see you on Saturday at the ordination.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, Deacon Jeff. Thank you, Kim.
Thank you, Deacon. All
right. It's Deacon Dan Breyer, Delegate for Permanent Deacons at the Diocese of Toledo. You're listening to Holy Family Radio's Spring Spirit Drive. For 15 years, we've We've been broadcasting hope and sharing faith. I want to thank you so much for listening. 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. We are going to go to a break so I can diagnose some problems because, as I mentioned, apparently we are not on the air at 90.9 in Fostoria. So
our new listening area where, we don't want to lose the signal anywhere, of course, but there's something ironic about the fact that we're trying extra hard to reach out to the Fostoria area because we're new to them, and we're down there. So, yeah, we'll take a break and let Deacon Jeff try to problem solve that. You're listening to your Spirit Drive on Holy Family Radio. It's a perfect time to call during the break, 888-287-0655. You still have the opportunity to be the first caller of the day and receive
I think the phone actually just rang.
The phone just rang.
So we'll see. Maybe it's not a donation.
That's true. If it's not a donation, or if you meet our donation criteria, which we'll explain again after the break, you could receive a copy of Joe Heschmeyer's The Early Church Was the Catholic Church. Give us a call, 888-287-0655. This is Holy Family Radio. We will be back after the break.
Holy Family Radio. Thank you so much for listening. 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655, or you can go to our website, holyfamilyradio.fm, holyfamilyradio.fm, to also make your donation. If you have our app, you can click the donate. Actually, you can tap the donate button in the lower right-hand corner and make your donation that way securely to our online form. You're here with Deacon Jeff and also Kim Schrader here in our studio. And we're streaming live to YouTube and to X and to Facebook and to Instagram, all those places that you might be able to watch us on the air here. I want to mention, by the way, that we have a new associate producer here in the studio with us today. His name is Chris Acree. He's joining us from New Regal All Saints over here to help us with the social media and the streaming and all the cameras. So if you happen to see some stranger in black who is out there that you see across the camera, so say hello, Chris.
Hi, how's it going? Can you hear me on this mic?
You should be able to. Yeah,
All
I've
right.
got them all turned on.
Cool.
So you are joining us. You're affiliated with Dr. John Wood, aren't you?
I am. I work at Extraordinary Mission, so I'm from New Regal, Ohio. So yeah, it's about a 45-minute drive from here. So yeah, it's fun. I always enjoy working with cameras and camera angles and doing a little bit of audio. So I'm happy to help.
That's great. Well, I'm glad to have you here because that was my job.
Yeah, exactly.
By doing all this as well. So it's great. So if you ever hear a voice behind the scenes, that would be Chris chiming in as he likes. So thank you for being here.
Yeah, you're welcome.
We do really appreciate it because Deacon Jeff tries and successfully accomplishes wearing many, many hats, but it had probably reached the point where he had tipped over the point there the last drive or two, trying to handle all the streaming and the social media platforms, and we know you have some great expertise in that area, so we really appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, like I said, it's always fun. And yeah, I don't know how you did this before, honestly, on running. You had 2 computers with a mixer. That's a lot. So
the radio board, the technology
of the radio. I'm remoted
yeah.
into our server over there because I have separate sliders here. Yeah, lots of different moving parts and pieces. I enjoy it, but I tell you what, I think it's a better production to have other folks being able to do that, so I can focus on things, and I can see, by the way, that my engineer is now remoted into our server, and he's checking some things out for me, because it's been reported that our stream, when we're streaming live to the app, it was not going out. So it was going through and playing through when we were playing their breaks, the music breaks and everything else, but not us talking. So he's working on that right now. And that's very, very helpful. And, you talk about the expense of running a radio station. That's one of those things that you need some important technical resources to be able to assist you in that.
Yeah, we're grateful for technology, and we're grateful for the people that help us with technology.
Absolutely.
And we're grateful for you listeners. Give us a call, 888-287-0655, to pledge your support. We have good news and more good news.
Oh, I like that.
Okay, so the good news is we did get our first caller.
Yay!
During the end of the last session with Deacon Dan Breyer. And so that is a donation from the law firm of Schrader, Blankenmeyer, and Schrader, and we're deeply thankful for that. Since that law firm has a connection to your co-host, we're going to go ahead and still offer a book to the next first new caller to call in and pledge their gift, no matter what it is, whether you're a new donor, a recurring donor, making the same donation. It doesn't matter. If you're the first caller to call 888-287-0655, you will be able to claim this book right here. I'm holding it up so you can see, but it is a book by Joe Heschmeyer on The Early Church Was the Catholic Church. So give us a call, 888-287-0655. In just a few minutes, we are going to be bringing in the folks from St. Michael the Archangel Chesterton Academy, and we're real excited to hear an update from them. We spoke with them about 2.5 years ago during our Spring Spirit Drive.
Yes.
Which, can I do my math? That would have been spring of 2023.
Yep.
And so it's really moving forward, and we're excited to hear about those updates and to have you listeners hear about those updates. So give us a call now so you can listen to that entire interview with them, which will be coming up shortly. Give us a call, 888-287-0655. You can also donate at holyfamilyradio.fm. And you can also donate through either one of our apps, Holy Family Radio app or the iCatholic Music app.
Yep. So 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. We're broadcasting hope and sharing faith for 15 years here at Holy Family Radio, celebrating 15 years of broadcasting this year. Won't you please join us in this mission and help us to go for another 15 at 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. We are going to go to break so we can get our next guest here into the studio because it is the top of the hour, almost at 9 a.m. Wrapping up hour 2 of 33 here on the Spirit Drive. Holy Family Radio, holyfamilyradio.fm, 888-287-0655. Coming up more, I guess, after the break. for joining and listening to us here today, listening to the Spirit Drive as we interrupt your regular programming to ask you to help support us in this mission that is Holy Family Radio. Call 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. You can also go to our website, holyfamilyradio.fm, to make a pledge or donation. You can also go to our Holy Family Radio app and hit the donate button. You can also get to our donation form that way and make a donation. One-time or recurring donation is all that you need to do to help support this mission. We are 100% listener-supported here at Holy Family Radio. So during the break, we had a new recurring donor, a former donor who basically started a new recurring donation. And so that means that they get a copy of the book. The early church was the Catholic Church from Joe Heschmeyer of Catholic Answers. He's one of the more popular Catholic apologists right now. So we will get a book to her. And that also happens to be an apostle. So that what an apostle is $1,000, either one time or recurring. So this person chose a recurring donation so they could do a little bit each month, and it equals up to over $1,000. So thank you so much for that. It's great that you are listening and joining us here today, and you can be part of the family. And any new donor who donates today gets over the whole Spirit Drive actually gets a copy of that book. Any new donor. So we're looking to hear from 45 new donors during this Spirit Drive.
Amen. How about you be one of them? 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. This is your Catholic radio station. It's not ours.
Yep.
We're just stewards and helpers, trying to do the best we can to bring you the best Catholic radio that we possibly can. But we can't do it without you. We need your support. We need your prayers. But we also need your financial support because we have a lot that we're trying to do. So give us a call, 888-287-0655.
So now it's our next hour. Now we're joined in the studio by our next guests. And we have a full studio. We set this custom table up here for up to 5 people, and that's how many we have around our table here today to talk with a group of people from St. Michael the Archangel Parish in Findlay who are launching a Chesterton Academy over there in Findlay at St. Michael. So we're joined in the studio by Rob Spicer, David Henley, and Carrie Brodman. And I'll let them introduce themselves, but first I'll introduce Rob and invite you to join and say it was 2024 in the spring. I had you sit over this seat right over here, and you were talking about launching this academy, and you're hoping it would happen, and now look where we are today.
Yes, it's been amazing, an amazing journey over the last, whatever it's been, 15, 16 months. And at that time, we were looking at a 2028 start, and I felt kind of like a pipe dream coming in here all alone and telling this story and of a school that's going to be 4 years away. But since that time, the Holy Spirit has been moving mightily and raised up a number of families that are, and Carrie is one of those, represents one of those that wanted the school sooner. And so now we are blessed that we have the bishop's approval with a 2026 start. So a year from now, we will be going and live. And
wow.
Yes.
That's fantastic.
Can we back up a step, and can you tell our listeners what is a Chesterton Academy?
Sure. A Chesterton Academy, it's a Catholic classical education high school. It's a model that was first born in the Twin Cities in Minnesota. It started off as a one-off academy. Just a group of families wanted to start a classical Catholic school for their family. Started with 10 students. This is back in 2008. It quickly grew, and other cities wanted to have a Chesterton Academy. Now there's over 70, I think close to 80 of them in operation, and more on the way all the time. And it's a type of school that seeks to form the whole person, not just pour information into the student, but form the student into somebody that has a spiritual depth and an intellectual depth and a firm, virtuous character to be able to go on into adult life. So
that's beautiful. You may have essentially answered the question, but let me make sure. You use the term classical education. So can you give us a brief description of that, or did your answer already basically encompass that?
Well, yes. I mean, classical is a moving target. So lots of schools use that and mean different things. For the Chesterton model, it means that it seeks to, from the Catholic perspective, use the great books to teach God's plan of the whole creation through the history, through the literature, through the philosophy, through the math and the sciences. And it's all an exploration for how God has been moving, and Christ is at the center of it. And so it uses age-old educational methods, Socratic seminars, and reading the great books. So like when you take geometry, you're reading from Euclid's Elements, the original geometry book. You read other things as well, but I mean, you're getting exposed to those great authors and those great ideas, and where they fit into the overall plan that God has for his creation.
That's beautiful. 888-287-0655. Give us a call to support Holy Family Radio. We're speaking this morning during our Spirit Drive with Rob Spicer, David Henley, and Carrie Broadman from the St. Michael the Archangel Chesterton Academy. Rob, you just did a great job at explaining for us sort of what a Chesterton Academy is. David, I'm going to turn to you. What's your role in this project?
So Rob has done all the legwork, and he's studied all of these different things for the Chesterton Academy, and then my job is to kind of bring it to life within the school. So I've been in education about 10 years, and during that time I've taught, and I was a principal for 2 years at Our Lady of Consolation School in Cary. Then most recently I was the Dean of Students at St. Michael's School, and Father Adam asked me if I would be interested in coming aboard for Chesterton, and I was like, I thought about asking you before Mass last week if you would ask me this question as he came into my office this spring. But, you know, I'm here to make sure that everything, the vision that Rob has worked with Carrie and all these different parents and families and parishioners and board members, and making sure that it comes to life appropriately within the school. So I have the experience in the school system to kind of know, you know, how do we bring a vision into reality with the students, and all the nitty-gritty details of, now we have to have handbooks and all the boring stuff. We have to have extracurriculars. So how do we make this experience something that is going to be beneficial for our students and our community and viable for years and years to come?
The nuts and bolts of making it happen. Yep. Yeah. So Rob's been a little bit more the visionary and the, you know, kind of getting it all going, and going to be maybe gradually turning it over to you a little bit in terms
Pretty
of
full stop. I took everything down to his office and said, here you go.
I don't know how gradual it was. It was, hey, David, I know you're going to be moving offices soon, but I've got a bunch of boxes I don't want in my office. Can I put them in your not office anymore? So he gave everything to me, and then he's a great resource whenever I have any questions, because he's done so much background work that he's able to help with that. But otherwise, in June, I went down to New Orleans, and they had a Chesterton School Network conference, and so I was able to sit in on that and start experiencing what this is like. Because like he said, there, I think right now maybe 72 schools or something like that, and it's going to cross into the 90s for this coming school year for Chesterton. So I went down to New Orleans and was able to experience over 400 people down there who are all bought into bringing a Catholic education to our students. And yeah, it's really cool, and Rob's been a great tool, but hopefully we're making some progress, and we're doing good work.
Yeah. So as a, you know, being a classical education and a sort of tradition, in terms of tradition, your title is not principal, it's headmaster, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what is the idea regarding the terminology that's used, like at Chesterton? What does headmaster really mean?
So much of it's borrowing back from tradition. So simply looking at the different roles and different aspects. So whether that's we're reading from the great books, you know, or some of the titling that we have is more of the traditional, you know, headmaster. We have the house system, which goes back into tradition on a way for there to be a greater community and small groups among the whole school community. So different aspects are borrowed on that, and it's great. So people will call me Dumbledore or something like that. So
okay, I wasn't the only one that was thinking Harry Potter analogies. Glad to hear that. Can you explain what the house system is? Maybe lots of folks know, but
yeah. So the house system. I'll just say that the house system that you see in Harry Potter is kind of similar because Harry Potter borrowed the same concept. So there are 4 houses. Each house is, for us, named after a saint. So it's not Slytherin or anything like that, but it's after 4 of the great saints, and the students will be collaborating in different activities, or how we will bring it to life at St. Michael is still completely to be seen. But whether that's they're going to mass together, they're eating lunch together, they're participating in field day together, or prayer activities, with freshmen through seniors all grouped together, so that the younger students can have mentors among them to help them to grow in holiness. Because holiness isn't just something that our staff members are going to have, or that we look to the religious in the community to have. It's something that's present within our peers. And so we want to develop that virtue in a way that not only are we practicing it, but we're helping others to grow closer to God and closer to what He's calling us to be. And so that's kind of what the house system is looking to do, is we're putting all of these people together. There will be administrative or faculty advisors, and then there will also be students who are leaders within that group, usually seniors or juniors. Again, we're going to have to get creative when we only have freshmen or sophomores in there, but building greater school community, building virtue at the peer level, so that we can all live God's call.
Beautiful. So can you explain, any of you, I don't know, maybe it's Rob, but any of you, we might have some listeners out there that are thinking, well, we have Catholic high schools, we have one in our area, or we're aware of several in the diocese, or, that might be thinking, how is this different? Not looking for you to cast aspersions, of course, but just if somebody is trying to evaluate maybe the benefit of a Chesterton Academy versus some existing type of Catholic high school educations, how would you go about describing that?
So I would say for the Chesterton Academy, you're going to have instructional style. So the Socratic method and those different things.
What is the Socratic method?
So it would be more dialogue based. Okay. So we're looking to draw that information. So not only just teach it to you, but to draw that out of you as well. So we're inputting information and then seeing how can you output that information. Now that is also a very common practice within any school system. So that's not saying that the other schools aren't doing that. That's taught at university to people who are going to go teach. However, with Chesterton, that's the forefront, right? Being able to not only intake information, but to be able to output it in a way that you're demonstrating your understanding and your knowledge. Not just simply facts, but being able to relate it to everyday life. You have the curriculum. So we have instructional style, and then you have curriculum in which it's all oriented in a direction that is logical and interconnected. So you have cross-curricular. Again, it's not something that's unique, but it's at the forefront of it, where everything is interrelated and it's cross-curricular, so that when you're learning about ancient Greece in social studies, that is what you're doing in literature. So everything is already aligned. So you're going to learn about these things in any educational setting. Maybe not going into so much of the philosophy. Okay, you're probably not getting that. Theology at different levels. But everything is interrelated, so that when you go into that social studies class and you go into that lit class, you're making those connections at the same time. So instead of it being, I learned about that in my freshman year, now I'm a junior, I'm learning it at the same time to help us be able to, again, output that information, because we're making those connections at the same time. So it's going to be retained better. And then the Catholic identity piece, and this is, again, nothing against any school. There's a lot of great things. I was personally homeschooled. I did not go to a Chesterton Academy, but the religious aspect is integrated so much into everything. The intentionality with which we won't have daily mass, at least to start. That's not feasible for us right now, but integrating morning prayer as kind of a substitute so that we're ensuring that these traditions of our faith are being integrated into our daily lives in a very intentional way, so that not only are we just checking the box, like, oh, we went to our school mass this week, we're good holy people because now I went Sunday, now I went Thursday, I've got my holiness checked off, right? We're trying to develop that intentionality, because again, when you're just checking a box, that's kind of like, okay, we've inputted that, we've done our thing. Rather, we want to develop the full understanding of our faith, so we're choosing to do those things, we're wanting to do those things.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you for that description. 888-287-0655, that's the number to call to pledge your support for Holy Family Radio. Give us a call, 888-287-0655. I'd like to turn to you, Carrie, and ask you what's been your role in the bringing of the Chesterton Academy to the Findlay area?
So when we first heard about the Chesterton Academy, that it's a possibility, we heard that it was going to be 2028, the start, and with our daughter, our oldest, she would be 2 years too late. No, it would be 2 years too late for her. And so we were looking at Chesterton Academy and realized that it could be fast forward quite a bit, and we could make it in time for our oldest. And so we talked to Father Adam, we talked to Rob, and I talked to a lot of families, got a lot of gauge on what the interest would be, and so then I was able to talk to enough families that it would be possible.
That you could get enough families willing to commit to enrolling
Yes.
in 26 instead of waiting until 28.
That's correct.
So that's phenomenal. So you were that motivated parent.
There were a lot of parents that said, I wanted this, but I didn't have the time or the effort or the concentration to be able to do it. So
yeah. Well, that's fantastic. Yeah, the mama bear, comes out and she wants the best for her cubs. So
that's very true.
I think any parent can understand that, not even just mothers. But so how many, can you share with us how many families that you have roughly, or students that or is that not yet?
So approximately, we have 9 who have committed. We have our food and fellowship lunch for any interested students every second Wednesday of the month from 11 a.m. to 11:40. We're having food and fellowship. So, but we have 9 students who are tentatively committed, and then we have 1 student who their parent reached out about the enrollment process, so we're working on that. And then we have more that are in the works. Like I have a homeschool student who's going to come to our food and fellowship later and going to be checking out what we have to offer and getting to know the community, which when our class sizes are capped at 20, so we're about halfway to that with a year left for recruiting.
Yeah.
Okay. So is this open only to parishioners of St. Michael, or is it other folks?
It is open to anyone within the community, the greater community, who see this vision that we have and are bought into it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So anyone can apply.
Okay, good. Because I'm sure that there are some families who may be interested in the wider area of being able to have a classical education.
Carrie and I and another one of our board members, we did info sessions. We did them over here. We did them up in Perrysburg and in Bowling Green and over in Fostoria, and did get interest from these other communities, and met some families that are considering making the trek over on a daily basis to go send their children to school here, because it is a unique niche type of school that you can't find anywhere else in Northwest Ohio.
Right.
That's beautiful that so many families are willing to do that. What is the closest? Do you know?
The closest Chesterton Academy, there's one up in Jackson, Michigan, and then probably the other one would be down in Columbus, that just opened in Dublin this year, I think. Or no, was it last year?
Last year was their first year.
So they're in their second year now.
And they've over doubled with their enrollment. So they're very excited
in just one year.
In just 1 year, yeah.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, we'll be the 5th Chesterton in Ohio. So there's the Dayton,
yeah.
Columbus. There's one in Akron, and then at Central Catholic in Steubenville, they take the humanities, and so it's combined in there. So it's kind of a partial Chesterton.
Oh, that's wonderful.
In a lot of those other Chestertons, there's a lot of carpooling that goes on. I know that the logistics are important for families in the surrounding areas to see how to get their kids there. So carpooling is a very, very important aspect to the other Chestertons, and hopefully will be for ours as well.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a good point. And of course, you're most likely to be enrolling freshmen. Although you might get the occasional, I guess I'll call it a transfer, or somebody enrolling that's a little older. But having just gone through that process, you're looking at probably only about a year-ish before the student is driving. And if you're willing and able to let them drive themselves there, I would think that would help a lot too. Would help with the carpooling.
Absolutely.
So that's fantastic. I think I heard you make sort of a passing reference to extracurricular activities. How does that work with such a small enrollment at this stage?
So extracurriculars is kind of up to the creativity of the staff and the community members. So we'll be able to facilitate really whatever they have a passion for. So if we have a Carrie who's really interested in, I don't know, water polo, I'm here for it. Let's figure out how we can make it work. More practically, there's just some very easy avenues. So thinking of athletics, where CYO offers high school basketball for boys and girls and volleyball for girls, where that allows us to easily do that. They're parish sports, so that means that, early on we might only have 2, 3, 4 people who want to participate in that sport from Chesterton. Plus, it's a parish sport. We can easily integrate older students who maybe didn't make the team or simply want a more club experience or something like that as we're building all these different programs. For us being a K-8 school already, we have a lot of infrastructure already in place. So for instance, maybe coordinating with our band director and allowing Chesterton students to continue to do that. So it's all about the creativity and connections that you have within the community to make it happen. And if somebody's passionate about something, I get really passionate about things people are passionate about, and let's make it happen.
Very good.
I imagine our listening community is familiar with the name Chesterton, but maybe there's somebody listening who isn't. So who can answer for us who Chesterton was?
Well,
you want to do that, Rob?
I can take a shot at it. G.K. Chesterton was a Catholic. Well, he didn't start off. He started off as an atheist, and he was a famous author. Wrote a daily column in the newspaper. Wrote some novels and some poetry. Back in England, he was born in 1874, and in the early 1900s, he started to become disenchanted with the atheistic worldview he'd adopted, and then became an Anglican, and eventually became a Catholic later on in life. And he had a witty maybe an understatement. He was a very interesting, bigger than life individual. I think he was 6'3" and 300 and some pounds. He carried a walking stick that had a sword in it. He was known for being very friendly, but also very absent-minded. One time he sent his wife a telegram, "I'm here, where am I supposed to be?" And, so I mean, he was just that kind of colorful character and very quotable. And the fellow that started the first Chesterton Academy is actually also the founder of the Chesterton Society. And so he chose that name for the school. Just, again, he wasn't thinking it was going to be bigger than life, but it has turned into a bigger than life type of model of a school. And but yes, G.K. Chesterton, he's a wonderful person for the students to become acquainted with. So they'll read some of his books. Each year they read a little bit of his writing to get a flavor of who G.K. Chesterton was.
Yeah.
I think of him as an early 20th century apologist, really. I mean, we've played on the station here lots of,
yes,
I'll call them pithy, I don't mean that in a negative way, but shorter, quotes that of what I think is his genius.
Yes.
Yeah.
And interestingly, his book, The Everlasting Man, was a huge influence on C.S. Lewis, who also became a second generation apologist for the Christian faith, and J.R.R. Tolkien was also hugely influenced by him. So he had an impact on these later authors that are still impacting us today. Although Chesterton has largely been forgotten, which is kind of a shame. So it's nice that this is going to help to resurrect him a little bit. And
I was just going to say, you're bringing him. You're doing your best.
He's worth a read. Yes,
bringing him to the forefront and to the attention of your future students.
Yes.
Right. Yep. Well, you're listening to Holy Family Radio. Now is your chance to join the family and make your donation right now at 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. You can also go to our website, holyfamilyradio.fm, holyfamilyradio.fm. You can get access to our secure online donation form. You can also get to the exact same form via our mobile app. Just click the donate button, and it takes you to that same form. Make a one-time or recurring donation, and we'll be happy to take your donation. And right now, we stand at $22,525. So we're roughly 38% of our goal, our $60,000 goal, and we got a new recurring donation. So this person, as a virtue of that, gets a book, gets a copy of The Early Church Was the Catholic Church by Joe Heschmeyer. So any existing donor who increases a new or either creates a new recurring donation of at least $15 a month or increases their current donation by $15 a month in celebration of our 15th anniversary also gets a copy of the book. And there are no limits to the number of copies that we will give out.
We will get more.
That's right. We have 100. We got a bulk deal from Catholic Answers, but I'd be happy to get another 100 if that's what it takes to be able to cover all these new donations and everything else. So that would be fantastic. So,
and speaking of apologists, Joe Heschmeyer is a real, not up and coming, but very popular.
He's very popular, and
apologist.
he's a lawyer by trade, and so that makes him very good at argumentation, I would think. And so, well.
Oh, those lawyers.
Those lawyers. What you gonna do?
Those of you that don't know, your co-host is a lawyer, a retired lawyer. But.
So anyhow, also that recurring donor is a apostle, and we also had a generous donor walk in earlier and also give us a nice donation that's also an apostle. So right now we stand at 8 apostles, 8 out of the 12 we have already.
That's a great start.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
It is amazing. We love our listeners. We love our donors. And it's so important that that you who are out there listening right now, maybe you've never given before, maybe you're not big into that, maybe you don't have much of a means, but a simple $10 donation lets us know that you're listening, that you buy into the work that's being done here at Holy Family Radio. So it means so much to us to hear from you today and over the next couple of days. 888-287-0655. All right, returning back to the Chesterton Academy over there at St. Michael's, you had some hurdles to get through to get to where you are today. What are the upcoming hurdles that you have to overcome before you can actually open the doors?
And I'll let Mr. Henley speak to this, but we have to figure out which doors are going to be the ones that open. I think that's the biggest question is how do we have the space, it's how do we adjust our existing space. And we have some new administration hired on this year, and it's just a little too early to have those conversations yet to figure out.
Okay.
My first 2 years of administration was during COVID, so logistical questions don't worry me.
Yeah.
But so I'm not too worried about that one. But so the hurdles we have is just with something so new, you don't know how many students you're going to have. So we are working on, we kind of have like pre-enrollment at this point where we're trying to understand how many students we'll have, because then that gives me an idea of hiring capability, right? So that, to me, that's the biggest thing of if we have this vision, we believe it's going to work, that we have the capability to do it, and now we just need to make sure, like financially, we have the viability to bring in the staff members we need at the right time. And so going through, I started interviewing people pretty much as soon as they announced that I was going to be doing it. And the people who want this kind of thing, they're attracted to it. And so we have people from all around who have reached out to me, and they want to do this, and they're far more educated than me in many areas, and that's perfect because I don't want to be the smartest person in this building. I want to bring in people that are going to push the students in all areas of life, and we have terrific people. So really just being able to ensure that we can financially make everything work, understand the numbers so that we can get tuition numbers out to families so that they're comfortable, like, oh yes, we can commit to this, so that I can hire the people, so that we have the right people who not only have the academic side but are mission oriented, or vice versa, right? We don't want one without the other. We want to make sure that we're bringing in the right people to make this something really, really good for those who share the vision. So that's the biggest thing for me. And then you have lots of little things like, what room are we going to be in? Like, we got to finish up a family handbook. We got to, all the different things. I got a quote for lockers the other day. Lots of little things. Those don't worry me. Just making sure that we can get the things that truly matter, which is the right students in the building, the right faculty in the building, so that we can make a difference.
All right. So how many faculty do you project needing?
So initially, well, just depending on, are we doing full-time? Are we doing some part-time? We could maybe make it work with 2 to 3 faculty members, but my preference is trying to get the right people in, and then moving forward, it's probably going to be approaching 10 when we get to the full staff, give or take, depending on how many of the classes they're able to take on, because we will have 4 different humanities classes. We'll have our math and sciences. We'll have tracks, hopefully, for the mathematics especially, and then with Chesterton, it takes a really in-depth and nice look within the fine arts too. So music, for example, there's 3 days where all students are going into in-depth on music, not just some superficial learning, but 3 days of that. You have 2 days of art where it's studio art, but then another dedicated day to art history and understanding how that's played a role within history and within our faith. So to do it well, you need a lot of highly qualified, but so it gives you an idea.
Yeah, a lot of challenges there to start small. And to have the staff that you need to do a good job with a small group of students, but then, of course, with a vision to grow. But it sounds like you're not only, of course, well aware of that, but positioned to, with that sort of future vision always in your mind. What, Carrie, I want to turn it back to you. What sort of challenges are the parents? You're sort of the parent representative here. So what sort of challenges and even positives too, maybe easy things, or can you share with us from the parent perspective?
Well, I'll go with the easy first. The easy one is that Chesterton Academy does such a great job of forming saints, and isn't that what we want for all of our children, to grow up to be saints, and to be saints as they're growing up as well. And so in Chesterton Academy, all over the U.S. is growing. So God is blessing them. And so that would be that's definitely something that my husband and I want for our children. The challenges is, I think the number one is trying to sell something that you can't physically see yet. Yes, we know that it's going to be at in the building of St. Michael's School. Yes, we know that Mr. Henley is the headmaster, but what does a classroom actually look like? What is it going to, what's it going to pertain? And that's the challenge of whenever I call a parent and give them this, that this is a possibility. That's definitely the biggest challenge.
If people are listening or sort of hear about this, how do they go about finding out a little bit more? I know you mentioned your luncheons. What that, maybe mention that again, and what other ways can parents and families go about finding out a little bit more about, not only about Chesterton Academy in general, but specifically about the one coming to St. Michael the Archangel in Findlay?
Yeah, so we have a website specifically dedicated to the Chesterton branch of our school, and that's findlaychesterton.org. findlaychesterton.org. And then if you want more in-depth specific information, you can always email me. My email is dhenley@findlaystmichael.org. You can easily find that on the website. But so you can go to our website. It has a lot of information, very general for Chesterton, because it is kind of a branded website for this organization where they're well used to educating people on what on earth is a Chesterton Academy. What is a classical academy? Who is G.K. Chesterton? And so all this information is on our website there for you. And then it's also including some different school-specific things for us. And as we get closer, we keep editing. I had a meeting with someone the other day, and I was like, hey, can you look over the website and take note of all the things we need to fix? And she came and I said, I'm sorry, but I just went in and spent an hour editing everything, so I might have already done it. But so the website is changing every single time we have an update. I'm trying to make sure everything keeps up to date. Specifically for, let's say you have a kiddo who might be interested in coming right now. Every month we're having food and fellowship on the second Wednesday of the month. So today is the second Wednesday of the month. So in about an hour and 15 minutes, I'm going to be sharing some pizza with some kids and seeing what they'd like to see. But if you have a kid who would like to come, then you can email me and we'll get it arranged. So like I said, I have a student who's coming in today who their parent emailed me and said they're interested. I said, hey, come to the school, 10:55, sign in, and we'll bring you down there. So people can come and start getting an idea of what the community is going to be like. And as we start securing staff members and different things like that, we hope to have more events that maybe showcase what does a class look like at Chesterton. You know, how is it different than if I go to a very high quality Catholic high school that I have, right? Because there are great options. So how is this something different that might benefit me personally, right? How might it be the right decision for me? And so we want to help facilitate those things as that school year gets closer. For those very interested, kind of maybe having a shadow day at St. Michael School, getting an idea. Again, it's not the Chesterton yet, but they can come in, really get to know the students who they would be with for the next 4 years. So lots of opportunities, and I like to get creative. So parents, if you're interested, let me know.
At those food and fellowship, didn't they last year have sample lesson plans as well? Or
yes, we did. Yeah, we did a couple of Socratic dialogues and things like that.
I know my daughter really enjoyed that, just to see what Chesterton would be like.
Yeah.
We've talked about the, Carrie, you touched on it in particular about, the importance of forming those future saints, that's really the first goal for us as Catholic parents. But I wonder if you could share with the listeners as well just a little bit more about how this sort of classical education, in addition, again, the spiritual benefit is the most important to us, but the academic benefit of this approach and how it will benefit the students academically as they, many of them are probably eyeing college, not all of them, but many, if not most, how this sort of method benefits the student academically. Any of you, feel free. Sorry, I should have picked one of you, but whoever feels most qualified to answer that, just jump in.
Well, I think one of the things that the Chesterton model really emphasizes is not only teaching the students the information they need to learn, and I had to go through this when we met with the bishop to get this approved. The school meets all of the Ohio and exceeds them. But the most important thing that Chesterton Academy does is not just pump that information in, but teaches students how to think logically about that and how to reason for themselves and how to be able to learn on their own. It's that sense of thinking for themselves.
Thinking critically.
Yes, yeah. That's I think the biggest thing that the Chesterton model seeks to give, because you're going to get all of the math, science, literature, history, all that. You're going to get it, but you're going to get it in a way where you have to arrive at it yourself, and you think through it critically and logically, and eventually you own it, and it's not just something you memorize for a test.
That was beautifully said. Yeah. Yeah. And you can just automatically visualize, I think, how that benefits a student going forward, say into their next academic pursuit, perhaps college, even taking those standardized tests and everything. I mean, that formation in that manner only serves to benefit the student academically and for their future pursuits as well, whether that be college or otherwise. You're listening to Holy Family Radio's Spirit Drive. Give us a call, 888-287-0655. This is the one time every year, or in this case, year and a half, since we last had a Spirit Drive, that we interrupt your regular programming to pause, ask you to prayerfully support this ministry, but also to financially support this ministry. We can't do this without you. This is 100% listener supported through underwriters and through our listeners. We don't receive a stipend or a specific payout from the diocese or from some wealthy donor.
There's no endowment.
There's no, right, exactly. There's none of that. Keeping these lights on and these microphones on and broadcasting this signal, it truly cannot be done without you listeners. So give us a call, 888-287-0655. If you just joined us, we are in studio with Rob Spicer, David Henley, and Carrie Broadman from the Chesterton Academy at St. Michael the Archangel over in Findlay. Or the future. It's in existence, but it'll be opening its doors to students in the fall of 26, so in about a year. So they're telling us all about that. We know we have a hard stop with them here in a couple of minutes. So is there anything else that any of you wanted to share with our listeners about the Chesterton Academy that we want to make sure we cover? We're going to get dead air.
No.
No? Okay, good.
I can add one thing on to what Rob was saying before, where he was talking about, academics and everything like that. And you talked about like college and everything as they're preparing for that. One thing that some parents are concerned with is, if we go to this school, they'll be able to do this college prep and they'll be able to get ahead for that. Right. And so Chesterton has a partnership with Franciscan University where they're able to, during their junior and senior year, work through classes with the university and get credit. So
like CCP?
Mm-hmm. So they're able to get, I believe right now it's up to 36 credits by the time they would leave at $100 per credit. And as someone who went to Franciscan University and still paying that off, I can tell you, I wish I got it at $100 per credit. So the Chesterton has been working and improving and doing things so that we can continue to offer great things. So like if that's something that you're like, well, we can't do it because we need to get these credits through the school that we would attend. Nope, that's taken care of. We can get 36 credits that will go to most universities that
they should be transferable. I would think most listeners know what CCP is, but if they don't, can you explain what CCP is?
So be working on college credit prep. So making sure that for those students who are able to take it, you're working on college level courses at the high school while you're in high school and attaining credits at college. So
you get both high school and college credit for the same class, essentially.
So, for the Chesterton for CCP, specific ones, we don't have the tests available within the school, but especially in math, where if we are tracking, we have kind of the ability to prep them for it, and then if we'd be able to organize them testing at a different facility, they would have it. The Franciscan ones wouldn't quite be the CCP where they're getting credit at both, so it'd be just simple credits. It'd be like an additional thing that they're doing, like for example Epic in the Person, so an English class. It would be closely related to some of the things they learned at Chesterton, but wouldn't be specifically that.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that, because I wouldn't want to misrepresent anything. And then it seemed like maybe one of you was trying to say something else in terms of making sure we covered it.
The only thing I'll say is just from my experience, and I think Carrie, you went to the school down in Dublin. For me, the biggest selling point of a Chesterton Academy is talking to the students. So hopefully in a year, once our students are up and running, they will become our best advertisement, because the poise, the confidence, and the way they present themselves, the faithfulness, just the character is incredible. I've worked with lots of students over the years in various ways, and the Chesterton students really stand out in a way that I think every parent would want for their child. And so I'm looking forward to the day when our students, and Carrie's daughter will be one of them, I'm sure, can help others have that same experience.
We just had a listener question come in. Curious about what your technology or phone policy is going to be, if you have formulated it yet.
So phone policy at St. Michael School, since we're already K-8, right? If they bring it, it's somewhere secure out of the way. So students don't have their cell phones on them during the day. So that would continue with the Chesterton Academy, where we want us to be focused. Students will have technology. So like we have smart boards in every classroom, and we have Chromebooks and things like that, because we utilize them for different assignments and things like that. But we don't want to overutilize it as a tool, right? So technology is a terrific tool, okay? But with every tool, you want to ensure you're using it the proper way. So we will have technology, cell phones, that's a no-go, but technology, we're going to utilize it as it's helping us learn. If that technology is getting in the way of learning, then it's time for it to not be utilized.
Very good, very good.
If anybody has any questions, then if you're a parent thinking about sending your child, please be in prayer about it. And then if you want to talk to me, I'd be more than willing to talk to you about the possibility. Just call St. Michael's Parish Office and they will get you my contact information.
Fabulous. That's
Wonderful.
great.
Yeah.
888-287-0655. That is your phone number to call and make your pledge in support of Holy Family Radio. It is our once a year, in this case, year and a half, since we interrupted your regular programming to pause and ask you to support your Catholic radio station. 888-287-0655. We have a hard stop with these wonderful guests from Finley's St. Michael the Archangel Chesterton Academy. Deacon Jeff, anything more from you?
I've got nothing to add as far as donation-wise. I want to hear that phone ring quite a bit more. 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. And I want to thank you all for coming here today. It's been a pleasure to get an update and to see things progress so quickly.
Thanks for having us. Yeah.
Yes,
It's
thank you.
great to be back with
And
you.
so, yeah, it's a great opportunity. And this is what we're here for. We're here to support our local parishes and our local ministries in helping them to be able to promote and get the good word out for all the good work that they do. So keep that in mind if you're listening and you have thoughts and ideas. That's one of the things that we do, and that's what your support helps also do. And so thank you so much for coming. And with that, we shall take a break. You're listening to the Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio 2025 version. We are going to go to a break, and when we come back, we'll be talking a little bit more about some of the things that we do in our community here at Holy Family Radio. we are back here at the Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio. This is Deacon Jeff along with Kim Schrader. I want to thank you so much for joining us and listening on either 88.9 WJTA in Glandorf or Leipzig, and 94.9 WOHA Ada Lima, and 90.9 FM in Fostoria. So hello to all of you new listeners there on 90.9. I got a text message earlier today that indicated that we weren't on the air. And also we were having some issues with our stream on our mobile app. So I think those two things were related. So I got a hold of my engineer, and he was able to remote into our server, and he got some things fixed up, I believe. And so now I can hear it on our app, and I believe you can also hear us on 90.9 FM. So thank you so much for listening. This is the Spirit Drive. This is where we interrupt the programming one time a year to ask for your support in keeping this radio station and this media ministry alive for another year. Not only alive, but also growing, because we have a new radio station that we're in progress of building in Van Wert into an area that is not covered by Catholic radio in the Diocese of Toledo. So we're excited about that potential, but that can only happen if we are able to get the financial support that we need to be able to pay our bills. So that is where you come in. 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. We are here live in the studio starting at 7 a.m. We'll be here until 6 p.m. today. We have volunteers in the studio to take your phone call at that number. I'll give it again, 888-287-0655. As I look at our donation tracker, we currently stand at about $22,500 so far for this Spirit Drive. That's roughly 37.5% of our goal of $60,000. That is easily a stretch goal, because our previous best was just over $50,000 2 years ago. And so, and that's really because we have another radio station in Fostoria to support, and soon another one in Van Wert, and those operating costs are important. Now, for those of you who have heard us with doing a Spirit Drive before, we don't often share the total of our donations as we go through, and you might think, wow, $22,000 already. You must be doing, going bonkers over here, right? Here in the first 3 hours, you got $22,000 already. Well, yes, that is good news, but it's not exactly going bonkers here today. What most stations do, most ministries do, is they do prep ahead of time. So our Spirit Drive Fund is open about a month or so, at least a month or so before the actual drive starts. And we reach out to listeners and we start promoting the fact that our Spirit Drive Fund is open to give folks an opportunity to give and support us, because I've had people actually, I think it was last week or the week before, pull into my driveway. I was outside doing some yard work, and they pulled in and said, "What's that phone number? Because I'm not going to be around or available during those 3 days." And I said, "Oh yeah, sure. Here's the number." I said, "You can call anytime to make that donation." In fact, then that following Monday or Tuesday, he did call in, and I did take that pledge.
God bless him.
And so yeah, so we've been fortunate to have a lot of these recurring donations. Like I mentioned before, we love the recurring donations because it helps us to plan our cash flow, so to speak. And so those recurring donations are figured in. So I've had a recurring donation in since 2016. I think, Kim, you are in a similar situation. And so those are included in our goal, because those are funds that are going to be coming in over the next year. And so that's included in our goal as well. So $22,500, we have a great start, but we need to finish well.
Finish strong.
In order to be able to get to our goal, to be able to keep us doing what it is that we've been doing now for 15 years. And that's broadcasting hope and sharing faith here at Holy Family Radio. Now, I want to remind folks that if you are a new donor, you don't have to be just a new listener. If you're just a new donor that's never given to Holy Family Radio, you will be eligible to get, you will get this book right here. It's the Catholic Church was the the early church was the Catholic Church, a book by Joe Heschmeyer, Catholic apologist at Catholic Answers. He also has his own podcast show and channel called Shameless Popery, and he can be seen everywhere. Lots of videos. His videos are popular. If you're anything like my wife, who loves to listen to podcasts and love to listen to different apologist things, even if it's just in the background, she's listening to Joe and Trent Horn and all those folks from Catholic Answers, which we carry here live each day, weekday from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. every day here on Holy Family Radio. And so that you'll get a copy of that book. Now, we will be providing the copies of those books to your home parish so that you can pick those up at your parish. It saves us the cost of shipping the book, because shipping the book, believe it or not, or mailing it, costs more than what it cost us for the book. So it really helps us out a little bit.
Yeah, we're trying to be good stewards of your money. And so if at all possible, we'd like to deliver them to your parish. Or I'm sure you wouldn't object to this, Deacon Jeff, if you're coming into the studio and you meet the criteria for one of the books, or for the book, by all means, you can stop in and pick it up. Yeah,
absolutely.
And it's open studio season during the Spirit Drive. We'd love to see you. Stop on in, say hello to our volunteers. If we're not on the air, say hello to us. See what our radio station looks like. Pick up a copy of this book for donating as a new donor or as a recurring donor. That increases your donation by $15 per month, or $180 a year. And the $15 a month is in honor of our 15 years on the air.
That's right.
You know, Deacon Jeff, you were mentioning the forthcoming Van Wert station. We just expanded into Fostoria a couple of years ago. We expanded to the Ada Lima station. The Van Wert, you said, is not currently covered. Are there other areas of the diocese that are not covered, or will that kind of bring most of the diocese under either our signal or Annunciation Radio signal?
I think that should cover the entire Diocese of Toledo when we do that, because partners up to the north, Annunciation Radio, with their signal out of Bowling Green, and with Willard and Sandusky and Bryan, they cover the northern section, and now we are going to be covering the southern section of our diocese. So that's always exciting. Bishop Thomas is a strong supporter of Catholic radio in his diocese, and I think if we were to take a look at all the Catholic radio stations across America and all the dioceses, I think there are more Catholic radio stations in the Diocese of Toledo than any other diocese in the country, believe it or not.
I'd like to give a loud woohoo for that, but I don't want to hurt our listeners' ears.
Yeah.
Good for our listeners.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because it couldn't be done without listener support.
No,
why don't you pledge that support at 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. You can also donate on the website, holyfamilyradio.fm, or through either one of our apps, the Holy Family Radio app or the iCatholic Music.
iCatholic Music
app.
That's right. So. iCatholic Music is something new that we acquired from Holy Family Communications, or actually the Station of the Cross is what they're actually known by, in Buffalo, New York. And I got a story to tell about that when that comes, but I got to mention this now, and that is that we have a matching fund right now.
Excellent.
We had a couple of donors who have pooled their donation, and we get this donation if we can match it over the next, well, as soon as we can. Let's put it that way. There's no time limit, but we need to cover this to get this donation. So matching funds means that your donation, if it's $5, becomes $10.
Because somebody else is paying that.
Someone else is paying that other half. Exactly right. So now is your time to get in on matching funds. We have $3,000 of matching funds right now.
Oh, that's fabulous.
$3,000. So we need to hustle though, and get this $3,000 covered so that we can continue asking you for your support. So right now is the great time to call at 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. You can also make that donation online, holyfamilyradio.fm, holyfamilyradio.fm. You can also use our mobile app, to do that. There's a donate button on there. Tap it. Takes you to the same donation form as on the website, and you can make your donation there. I've got notifications set up here on my laptop that lets me know when those donations come in, and those will be included in the donation total for the matching fund. So right now is your opportunity. 888-287-0655.
And don't forget, especially if you called it, I think on the online form too, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Deacon Jeff, you can make a donation in honor of someone,
right,
in memory of someone, in support or honor of a pledge or a cause that's important to you. You know, maybe you want to make a donation in honor of the pro-life movement, or maybe you want to make a donation in support of a cause like that, or in memory of a loved one. And we will be happy to read that on the air, or not, if that's your preference. Yep. You can, of course, make an anonymous donation. Anybody can. So those have been a beautiful way over the years to, show support and honor for causes, people, or a priest even. You know, you could make one in support of your local priest. Whatever moves your heart. Those are a great thing, and you'll be asked that when you call in. And is there an opportunity to put that in the online donation form?
Yes, there is.
If you're doing that? Okay.
Yes, there's a checkbox that says you'd like to make the donation in honor or memory or what have you. So check that box, and you're able to put that in, and we can share that on the air if you prefer, or not, like you mentioned. But we'll definitely take all of your prayer intentions to adoration here. That's going to be starting in about an hour and a half. Across the hall. We're having Eucharistic adoration here at the chapel across the hall next to the preschool here in this building. So
come in through the station.
Coming through, yes, exactly. If you can come into the station and visit us and then walk straight through, there's a little chapel set up there. There's 3 or 4 rows of actual pews in a classroom with a Eucharistic adoration set up in there. Father Tim Keller, the pastor at St. John the Baptist in Glandorf, will be processing the monstrance over for us and be setting that up. And we have a schedule of folks, but we could always welcome anybody to come in and visit us and visit the Lord in Eucharistic adoration anytime over the next 3 days from noon to 6 p.m., although it ends a little early on Thursday tomorrow because of another event going on. But other than that, you're welcome to come and join us.
Spend some time with Jesus.
Yeah.
Pray for the success of the Spirit Drive. Offer any of your additional prayer intentions. Please, we're excited to have adoration this year. This is a first.
Yeah, this is the first time
that we've done that, and we really hope that everyone is able to enjoy that, spending that special time with Jesus.
Yep, absolutely.
Father Matt will be setting that up for us.
Father Matt will be doing that for us, and thank him so much for volunteering. He wanted to do that for us, to bring it over and then to repose the Blessed Sacrament after we're done. And so yeah, it's going to be a time of prayer, and part of what it is to be Catholic, right? To be able to adore our Lord. It's a distinctly Catholic thing, right?
It is. It's distinctly Catholic. It's one of the things that I think is such a gift of our faith to be able to spend that time with Jesus in a way that, unfortunately, some of our brothers and sisters in the faith aren't quite able to enjoy, and something that I've really enjoyed since I joined the church.
Right. Yeah. So 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. We have matching funds available, $3,000, waiting for you to have your donation doubled. So don't be worried if a small donation of $10 or $20, $25, it gets doubled. So it makes it even more, and it makes it even more special. To be able to have that happen. So 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655.
So Catholic Radio, hopefully it's not a surprise to any of you listeners, all the benefits that Catholic Radio can bring you. Mm-hmm. It's innumerable to those of us that love it the way that we do.
Mm-hmm.
Those of you that are faithful listeners to Catholic radio and Catholic media content probably know that we have a new saint that was canonized. Saints, that's true. But there was one in particular I was thinking about, St. Carlo Acutis. Is that,
yes, that's right.
That how we say his name? Such a young saint, which is always inspiring to all generations. And also a good saint to sort of represent, so to speak, the modern media, because he used modern media. Can you tell our listeners what you know about him? I don't know a lot about him myself, but I read an article about him in mainstream media, which really caught my attention. I was just thrilled to see that mainstream media had picked that up.
Right.
Like, oh, look at this, mainstream media covering this.
Right. Yeah. Well, it kind of makes sense because the media pays attention to things that are a little bit different, a little bit out of the ordinary, right? So canonizing a saint from, the 17th, 18th century is not exactly news. But the fact that he's like the first millennial saint is news. And so that drew some attention because he was a young boy of 15, I believe, when he passed away.
He was, yeah.
And so he was special and blessed in many ways, even just growing up in a very secular family that did not practice the faith. And he basically on his own pursued the Lord. And, a lot of us are fortunate to have that kind of grace in our lives, to be able to have that singular purpose and will to follow God in all those ways. But he did that. I mean, he was graced in the sense that was just what he wanted to do and what he was supposed to do. And sometimes we glimpse those things and then we just kind of let everything else kind of get in the way sometimes. But he was special. But he's also quite normal in terms of being a teenager or a young boy who played video games, and he grew up in the early parts of the internet, and he actually created a website and coded a website, and of course the website that he built was about the Eucharist, and specifically the
Eucharistic miracles.
Eucharistic miracles, right? Cataloging them, hundreds of them, some of them quite. I would hate to say the word obscure, but in many ways, I mean,
not as well known,
right? And if anyone in the listening area who's ever gone to one of the exhibits, there's a traveling Eucharistic miracle exhibit. Well, that's from his source, right? So all those things, he compiled that, and so he is considered the first millennial saint. Passed away. He fell sick. I'm not sure I think it was leukemia.
I think it was leukemia.
Yeah. And passed away, and his body lies incorrupt right now. So you could visit him, and he looks just like it was yesterday. And so that's a miracle in and of itself, which
he's from Italy, right?
Italy, yes. Yeah. A reflection of his sanctity in many ways. So someone that the youth can certainly look to and be inspired by and be encouraged by. And a very, very important saint to be canonized in this date and time. So that's why the secular media was so interested in that.
Very, very fitting, though, I think, for the spirit drive and the use of media that this just happened.
Right.
Yeah,
and it was
St.
nice.
St. Carlo, pray for us.
Yeah, St. Carlo, pray for us. It's very nice. The death of Pope Francis, unfortunately, pushed back Carlo Acutis' canonization. It changed a lot of plans. In fact, Catholic Faith Journeys, who's a underwriting sponsor of Holy Family Radio, had a pilgrimage planned to go to Rome for the canonization. Well, that pilgrimage turned into a conclave pilgrimage. All right. So, God takes bad and makes good out of it, right?
That's right.
They were fortunate enough to be there during the conclave and the election of Pope Leo. So not only was St. Carlo Acutis, but also St. Pierre Frassati was also canonized by Pope Leo, his first canonizations. And I think Pope Leo was quite excited about that.
Yeah. And hey, this is our first spirit drive since the election of an American Pope.
That's right.
So that's very exciting as well.
It is.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
So 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. We have matching funds available to double your donation at 888-287-0655. You can also make that matching donation online to holyfamilyradio.fm, holyfamilyradio.fm. We also post links on our Facebook posts, as well as Facebook posts for sure. There's a link to go to our online secure form to make your donation. If not on YouTube, we'll put one on YouTube. I know I've posted on X earlier today with the link. It's really easy to do. It only takes a couple of minutes to make it happen. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655.
It's a great time to call because it's always a great time to call, but it's a particularly great time because we're looking for new donors, and we have matching funds on the table. So that means if you call in with a $50 donation, then your donation automatically turns into $100. That other $50 is paid by the actually a couple of donors that have pooled their money together to offer these matching funds.
Right.
So give us a call at 888-287-0655. We're hoping to get 45 new donors this year. That's an ambitious goal. And we're hoping that 25 of them come from the Fostoria area.
Yeah.
Simply because that's a newer listening area, and so it's a little bit more likely that donors from that area will be new donors.
Yes, they will.
Yeah, they should be. I mean, it's possible that maybe you have somebody from that area, but that has previously donated, but it's probably a lot less likely.
Yes.
In addition, we are offering as a thank you gift the book The Early Church Was the Catholic Church by Joe Heschmeyer. He's a great apologist, and it looks to be a great read, and we were able to get these books for a nice group rate, so we will offer them to any new donor as well as to any existing donor who increases their donation by $15 a month or $180 a year. And the 15 is because it is our 15th anniversary. We've been on the air for 15 years as of August 10th, I believe it was.
August 10th, that's right.
Yeah, so
first one in the Diocese of Toledo.
Yep, we by one day, but we still claim the honor.
No, 5 days.
5 days. Whoops, my bad.
We'll claim it, just like the older twin. I was born first.
That's right.
Right, we'll claim it.
We'll claim it. So support your Catholic radio station, won't you? Give us a call at 888-287-0655. We have volunteers ready to take your call. We'd love for you to stop into the station if you're local. If you're close by, just stop on in. You can drop off your donation. If you qualify for the gift, you can pick up the book. You can stop over to Eucharistic Adoration, which is right on the other side of the radio station. Just come through the radio station, and they can direct you where to go for adoration. Spend a few minutes with Jesus. And yeah, just come see the studio here. We love to have visitors in here. If you qualify for the book, by the way, and you're not able to stop into the station, we will deliver them to your parish.
Right.
If you happen to be outside our listening area and calling from much further away, we will mail it to you. But we're trying to reduce our mailing just to be good stewards of the money that comes into this station.
Right.
So give us a call, 888-287-0655.
So we've got our first donation towards that matching funds. I want to thank you so much for that. So now we've got a little bit less to go to get that matching fund completed. So we have plenty available for you right now to make your pledge or your donation. When I say pledge, what I'm talking about that is that you can call us to say, I'd like to give $100, but I'm going to send a check. You can do that. Absolutely. Let us know you're going to be sending a check, and we'll look for that when you send it. We can also send you a pledge letter that records how much you've pledged, so that can remind you to send your check. You can do it that we can work it out through cash.
Credit card,
however you want to do it.
If you're doing a monthly, are we able to set it up for the day of the month that they want, or do we need to do a specific day?
Whatever day that you start it is the day that it's going to be. Okay. So right now, for many people, the middle of the month is an ideal time to set up a recurring donation. We can probably control that later on after the fact, but we'll get that started for you. So we try to make it easy. Try to make it easy for you to donate and or pledge a gift for Holy Family Radio. That's really what it is. It's a gift. Holy Family Radio is a gift. I preached last weekend at Mass talking about hope, right? Talking about the fact that if you don't pick up your personal cross and follow Jesus, you can't be his disciple. And so in many ways, picking up your cross is not an easy thing, and there's lots of suffering that goes with that. And Holy Family Radio can really help people who are suffering with the idea that they don't understand God, they don't understand the faith, they don't understand why is the Catholic Church so important? What is the fullness of truth? What does that actually mean? There's so much that you can learn and know and discover through the programming that's available on Catholic Radio and Holy Family Radio in particular. So it is an important thing that we continue to be here. In my promo spots that I've been running for the last couple of weeks, I talk about the fact that if we don't get the donations, if this radio station would no longer be here, you'd hear this, which is nothing. This is a voice crying out in the dark, reaching out to all those who are despairing and needing hope. So Catholic Radio is especially encouraging to new listeners who are really totally unaware of the beauty of the Catholic faith, that can fill in gaps, that can kind of push you to the edges of, well, that I didn't know that's why they did that, or why Catholics do that. Oh, there is meaning to this, or there is meaning for all sorts of things. And being a deacon, there's things that I know that most people probably don't know, that they don't talk about that on Catholic Radio. And I'll just give you a quick little example. Reading the gospel. Okay, the deacon is one of those who are an ordinary minister, so that we can read the gospel at Mass. We can proclaim the gospel. And when we're done, you see us reverence the book, right? We reverence the book. We give a kiss to the book. But also we say something. And we say something quietly, just like the priest after consecration. He says a few things quietly. Sometimes they say it a little bit out loud. It gets picked up on the mic, and we say some words quietly as well. And what we say as we close the book is, through the words of the gospel, may our sins be wiped away. Okay? There's meaning to everything that happens at the Mass. There's a purpose for everything. And it's a good purpose, and it is beautiful in its own special way. Now, that's not something I've shared with anybody before.
You learned it here.
You learned it here,
Radio.
yeah. But it's just one of those quiet things that makes the Catholic faith beautiful in many ways. And because I've trying to work this into a homily sometime to talk about all the people that are responsible or just take on different tasks that support a parish, that you never ever see and you never ever really know about. The thing that I most remember recently is when I get the opportunity to go to Mass by myself, I try to sit in a different spot in church. I don't always go to the same place. I like to go and sit in a different thing to get a different perspective, and lots of times I see different people, right? And so I recently went to a Saturday Vigil Mass, and I sat up in the balcony in the far corner, and not a lot of people were there yet. And I remember looking down in the pews. There are people that straighten the books up every weekend, and every single pew, all the books were perfectly aligned as far as I could see.
Yeah, it was the first Mass of the weekend.
First Mass of the weekend. And that's just one of those little tiny things. There are people that lock and unlock the doors, that they're on schedules, and they just do that quietly. And there's so many things that are like that with the Catholic faith that have beauty to it, that people can play a role in how everything happens. And so you, our listeners, play a role in the work that gets done here at Holy Family Radio. Through your support, we're able to evangelize, we're able to inspire, we're able to educate and encourage those who need it and are looking for that. So you can join us now in this mission by sowing a seed and your gift, your best gift today, at 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655.
Deacon Jeff, we've got several future projects coming up here for the station and this ministry. And in addition to having just opened, we've gone on air.
Yes, in January. It was just past January. Yeah.
With the Fostoria station, 90.9, right?
Correct.
We are we have a license to go on air. I'm probably not using all the right words.
It's okay. I'm here to help.
In Van Wert, but we need to do it by November 28th.
That's correct. Yes. When you get a construction permit, which is what the FCC grants you once they accept your application, they give you a construction permit. You have 3 years from the date of that construction permit to put it on the air. So they give you 3 years. So every station that we put on the air, we take a full advantage of those 3 years. Whether or not it really needs to take 3 years or not, I don't know. That's been a point of frustration for myself at times, is the fact that there should be no reason why we can't do this. And just like Carrie was sitting here, there's no reason why we have to wait till 2028 to have this Chesterton Academy. So in that sort of way. So we went on the air pretty much a day or two before the deadline for Fostoria. And we will probably go on the air a day or two before the deadline for Van Wert, which is November 28th. So if you have friends, you have family, if you end up traveling through that area, out of our listening area and away towards that direction, there will be a Catholic radio station that can serve you on 89.7 in the Van Wert area. So be looking for that come the end of November, just around, right around after Thanksgiving time. That should be available. And I know I've talked to many folks over there. They're looking forward to that. And I'd love to hear from you new listeners over there on 90.9. That's a great signal. We've got a brand new transmitter. It travels way further than I expected it to or thought it would, which I'm very, very pleased about. So if you are listening right now, we'd love to hear from you. You've got an opportunity to donate and get a free book. You're able to get your donation doubled through our matching funds, but you got to do it now at 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655.
One of the other things that we wanted to mention was that, as many of you know, we have basically a brand new studio here. This is our third year doing this here. Third year doing it here, but before that, we were in a trailer out in the country. And this is a beautiful new studio. If you're watching online, you can see it through any of the streaming sources: YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, X.
Yes.
X. But one of the things that the station would like to do is to offer this studio space to Catholic content creators that are out there in the area, close enough that they could utilize this studio. Part of, sort of sharing the love, sharing the wealth, making this sort of space available for Catholic content creators. So, that's a way in which your past donations that have helped bring about the studio, which we greatly love and appreciate, can continue to sort of pay it forward for future Catholic content,
right?
Digital content.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the things that that people have ideas. I'd love to be able to do something like that. there's an investment involved with that, right? With microphones and boards and cameras and everything else, and you have to learn how to run them. There's a way that you can come in here, and we've got it all set up for you, and you can go off and create what it is that you're looking to create, whether that's just an audio podcast, whether that's a video stream, videos, whatever. We're here to help. So I'm thinking about parishes who might want to, perhaps do a monthly podcast for their parish, or ministries that are involved in various places. There's no reason why you couldn't utilize the media in a creative and new way. And the studio's here for you, just like this radio station is here for you. So
let us help you.
Yeah.
Help us help you. Just watched that movie the other day. So it's fresh on the top of the head here. But that's part of what we want to do in Catholic Radio is find ways to help you not only in your individual spiritual journey and faith life, but also to support other Catholic ministries out there. So we're excited about that, and that's just an example of how your money can help support the faith, support individuals, and support ministries out there. So give us a call, won't you? 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. The phone's been a little quiet. It's a good time to call. Give us a ring now, because we will be talking to another guest coming up and
right about now.
Very soon.
Yes.
Wow, time got away
so
from
we got to
me.
get to a
very
break.
soon. So give us a call, 888-287-0655. We have matching funds on the table right now.
Yes.
So
Call now.
Call now, and your donation is doubled, but that second half is paid by somebody else.
That's right.
All right. 888-287-0655. Are we going to a break, Deacon Jeff?
Yes, we are.
Okay. This is your Holy Family radio station. It is the Spirit Drive. Give us a call, and we'll be back after the break.
Yes, we are back here on Holy Family Radio's Spirit Drive. I'm Deacon Jeff Compton along with my co-host Kim Schrader. Happy to have you along with us as we continue here in our next hour for the Spirit Drive. I almost said spring, Kim. I almost said it.
But you didn't. You made it through.
That's right. I said it this morning, very first thing, but I've managed to keep not doing it again. So now is your time to call 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. I mentioned before we went to break over the course of that last hour that we have matching funds. And let's see, right now we're about $1,100 into that. So we have $1,900 left of that matching fund. So out of that 3,000s, out of that 3,000, we have 1,900 left to cover that matching donation. So that means your donation will be doubled. 888-287-0655. I will say it one more time to give you time to get your phone out and to get your phone keypad there. And then I'll give you the numbers. And that's 8 and 8 and 8. Then 287 0655. 888-287-0655. Let's hear that phone ring. Let's hear the notifications come in from our online secure form at holyfamilyradio.fm. And let's close out this matching fund as soon as we can. Normally at this time, 11 o'clock hour, you're listening to the Bible in a Year and a Catechism in a Year from Father Mike Schmitz and Ascension Presents. We'll hear that show a little bit later here today because I wanted to talk to our next guest here at the 11 o'clock hour. I'm pleased to be joined in the studio now by Deacon Dave Schieffer, who is a permanent deacon over at Fostoria St. Wendelin, and he was a fellow member of my ordinate class, celebrating almost 8 years of ordination. How are you doing, Deacon Dave?
Doing well. It's about another week, and we'll have 8 years.
That's right.
It's amazing how fast that goes, isn't it?
It is. It is absolutely amazing how fast that has gone. And I try to reflect on that every once in a while, because not only do we have almost 8 years, but we also have the 5 years before,
right,
or so. So then it makes it 13.
Yes,
and it's like that can't be.
That's almost when you started the radio station. Pretty close.
I know it is. Well, I tell you what, the radio station was a definite influence in me seeking ordination. It was.
It makes a tremendous difference when you're that invested in your faith of what God can call and what your ears hear him call.
Yes.
And so you're more open to the hearing part.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
He calls, but a lot of times we have deaf ears, don't we?
Yeah, we do. Yes. Yes, we are. Yes, we do. Yeah, for sure. And I talked to one of our newly ordained priests in the area yesterday, and he talked about having that same sort of thing, like, I'm hearing this, but then I don't think I'm really hearing this. I'm gonna put that aside. Let's kind of get back to normal, and pretty soon you can't drown it out anymore.
Yeah, it starts out like I didn't even recognize it, and then it's a little bit more of, now I'm starting to recognize it. No, thank you. No, you can't be talking about me. It's just the way it goes until finally you go, all right.
Yeah,
we'll see what happens.
Yeah. For sure. So why don't you introduce yourself to our listening audience here?
I'm Deacon Dave Schieffer from St. Wendelin. I also have another counterpart that was partially in our class and partially in the class after, Deacon Paul Fiesel, who had to step out for health reasons out of our class, which was unfortunate for us, but he was fortunately able to step into the next class and finish out. Yeah. And so he is also an ordained permanent deacon in our parish, which is fantastic. He's a fantastic deacon. So I don't know any of them that aren't fantastic deacons, actually, but
I would agree with that. I'd agree with that. It's a great brotherhood to have.
That's right. I've been married 44 years and have 4 kids and 7.5 grandkids. We have one coming in a few more months, and so we're looking forward to that.
Well, good. Yeah. So you mentioned not wanting to necessarily listen to a call. What is your story? How did this all happen for you?
Oh, it goes back a long ways. Actually, I was not Catholic. I was raised Lutheran. My first day of school for kindergarten, I had to ride the bus 7 miles to school, and I got on the bus. It was very full. They were sitting 3 to a seat, and it's like, okay, I found a seat I could squeeze into. We stopped along the way, and all the kids got up, or it seemed like all the kids got up, went off. I got up and went off. Thought, okay, this is what we're supposed to do. I went down to the front pews in church, and I was kneeling at Mass, and about 15, 20 minutes later, my bus driver came back and tapped me on the shoulder and says, "You're not supposed to be here." He was my neighbor, so he didn't see me get off at school and came back to get me. But that was the first experience, and it's like, okay, didn't think anything about it. Went to a Navigator conference in college, which is similar to like a Steubenville or something like that, but it was a non-Catholic experience. While I'm laying in bed, kind of reflecting on the day and praying, and all of a sudden I felt an ecstasy that came over me that I'm going, okay, I'm not sure I'm going to make it through, and luckily it only lasted about 30 seconds, and it's like, whew, okay, I made it. After that, I said, well, I think I need to go back and preach, and 2 weeks later, the pastor there said she had to go on a vacation, and I had mentioned to her, and she goes, "Would you like to preach that week?" I go, okay. And so it came out of the blue. I preached on the Our Father, and wasn't very long, wasn't very great, but I got through it. And that was the last I thought of any of that kind of stuff. And it's like, okay. Then we got married, and I joined the Catholic Church when we got married. And then it was probably 15 years later, or 10 years later, and you may know John and Ronnie. She was a deacon's wife, and she came up to me. We were doing the faith assessment for the parish and charisms, and it's like it said I would be good at being high in pastoral. I said no, and she goes, "No, you'll be a deacon." And I go, "No." About another 15 years later, we had a Christ Renews Parish retreat, and it wasn't until the second one that it really hit me hard. And at that one, just like, okay, now I'm thinking a little more towards that part when the opportunity came up for our class to investigate. My wife goes, "You need to go and take a look at it." And I said, "All right, I'll go look." That's all I'm doing is looking.
Yeah.
The rest is history.
Amen. So your wife was the one that said, "Hey, go check this out," huh?
She was the final push, yes. Okay. After all these other, I'm starting to finally listen. Then she is going, "Yes, you need to go look." And so it's like, okay. So obviously she was good with it.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, we talked about that a little earlier. We talked to Deacon Dan Breyer earlier, right?
Absolutely.
And so he was also in our class. So, Hey, shout out to us.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that's great. So now being a deacon, you've served the entire time at Fostoria St. Wendell, I suppose.
Yes.
Right? And so
yes.
What are some of the things you are involved with at the parish?
Oh, I'd say probably the biggest part are the liturgies, of course, but also a lot in funerals, baptisms, vigils, those kind of things that don't require a mass. Father has asked that we kind of help out more with those, so it frees up his time for those that have a mass. He's busy enough that I can understand that.
Yeah.
So we make use of what we can do. So
okay. Is there anything outside of that that particularly interests you as far as that? And it really kind of supports you and your diaconate?
I haven't expanded a lot because that takes a lot of time, and with grandkids, and the closest one being 20 minutes away, and the farthest one 2 hours away. It's like, okay, I spend a lot of time traveling in that, and we try to keep very close with the grandkids and the kids. So, and we have our oldest daughter lives north of Chicago, and so that part, I'm getting older, and I kind of pull back from that traveling that far anymore. But that keeps me busy enough, and just doing a lot of helping where it pops up that needs to be done.
Sure. Okay. So now I happen to know that you were involved with Catholic Radio before.
I was.
Right. So tell us a little bit about that, because in a sense, our station replaces that one in that area.
Absolutely. In 2015, that was when, just about the time we were being ordained, 2017 is when we were ordained, but I had started the radio in about 2015, went through a low power station, 103.4 is what it was at that point, Christ the Shepherd Radio.
Okay.
That part we were helped with by Annunciation Radio in setting up and helping run. We did most of the feed from there. We did a few local shots for news and that kind of stuff, but it was very low key. I was a one-man band. I think you're familiar with that part.
I am. I am intimately aware of that. Yes, familiar with it.
But it got to be between that and being ordained and more of being pulled in other directions. It was like, okay, something had to give. I was still working full time, and it's like, okay, I just couldn't do all of it.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, that was a part that ended up. I shut that down in 2017. So it was just more than I could handle and be able to get everything else done. So kudos to you that you can make it all work.
Well, I tell you what, I have a lot of great help around me. That is definitely a big plus, because if it was just me, there's only so much I could do, because I still work full time, and I have too many hats, and the older I get, the more I want to get rid of some of those hats.
Exactly. I know exactly where you're at.
Those hats get heavier, don't they?
Yes.
Those hats get heavier, yes.
Yeah.
They come down and close over your eyes.
So then, with our station going on the air in January of this year in the Fostoria area, is that the first Catholic radio then to cover that area since your station shut down?
No, we're able to still pick up Annunciation Radio, 89.9, 89.9. But it is, I'm sorry, 89.7. They would shoot me, wouldn't they? But that it's nice to have another blend of another option. There's occasionally times where they don't come in, and times where you come in. There are times where you don't come in and they come in, so it's nice to be able to have options.
Yeah.
And so that part, the biggest part is you're a little farther going east than what they are. There's a break for them kind of between what we can get and then going over to where Sandusky picks up.
Yeah.
And so that you're covering that area and that part that really needs it, and a little bit farther south maybe towards Tiffin, and able to pick that up a little better. But so you're covering a little different area. You overlap in some places, but you pick up a little different area, which is nice for those that are on the fringes.
Right.
I'd hate to say fringes, but
that's
the
exactly
fringe of the listening area.
There you go. That's much better.
Yep. And that's the technical term that they call it for radio, is in the fringe area, where you can get the reception on a good radio. It's not going to penetrate walls or anything else like that, but if I were to ask for a show of hands on who actually has a radio, I don't think I'd see very many hands, right?
Yeah.
So now becomes a vehicle, right? And that's where most of the listening happens nowadays, right?
Right.
It's in cars, yeah.
It's in cars
Yep.
and everything else. And so one thing I need to mention is that you're listening to The Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio, 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. Haven't gotten any more donations. I'm not sure if the phone has rang over there for making a donation for our matching fund. So that is still on the table. So this is your prompting to make that phone call now, especially if you're listening in the 90.9 listening area right now in support of Deacon Dave. Come all the way over here, and we'd probably like to hear from you today. Maybe offer a donation in Thanksgiving for his ministry over there at Fostoria St. Wendelin. 888-287-0655. Pretty much anybody who donates from the Fostoria Tiffin listening area is going to get a copy of this book. That is The Early Church Was the Catholic Church from Joe Heschmeyer. That will be your free gift for a donation of any amount. Does not matter how much. It could be $5, could be $1 even. And then we'll get that book to you. So 888-287-0655.
You can also donate online at holyfamilyradio.fm. And you can also donate through our apps, the Holy Family Radio app, as well as the iCatholic Music app. Both of those have a little button down on the right-hand side, down at the bottom, and that will take you to the form, and we'll get notified of that. Mm-hmm. And as Deacon Jeff said, you can make a donation in Thanksgiving for example, your deacon, your priest, but you can also offer it in Thanksgiving or in honor of or in memoriam of someone if you want to do that as well. And we'll be happy to read that on the air. Mm-hmm. If you like, we'll be happy to not do that if you don't want us to.
Exactly.
Of course, you can make anonymous donation, and we'll take it in any form: cash, check, credit card, recurring donation, or one-time donation. We love those recurring donations because they provide a predictability of budget, which any organization needs, mm-hmm. and this organization certainly needs. But give us your call or go online to make those donations. 888-287-0655 is the number to call. We are speaking with Deacon Dave Schiefer. Did I say
Correct.
That right?
Correct.
From Fostoria St. Wendelin. Can you tell us, Deacon, some things going on there at the parish?
Oh, we have lots of things going on. It's almost Jessica Paymiller, our associate in charge of doing a lot of the ecumenical work in that. We have OCIA starting. We just got done with a rescue project again for this year, which was phenomenal. We have starting back up for the faith, family-filled faith, which is doing really working hard on building the faith for the young people and the families and working together. We have we have an Encounter of the Heart of Jesus the first Sunday of each month. We just started that back up again for the year just this last Sunday evening. Father Pogemeyer really leads the first part of that in a healing service, both spiritual and physical type prayer time, with additional time for confession. And that part kicks off, and it's a very moving type thing. And so it's we're in we've been doing it under another name for probably about 5-6 years, but the last year we moved it to this type of format, and it's really had some profound effects for people. So we have a lot of things going on. You just have to tie into them.
Right.
We can't do it without you tying into it.
No, that's right. You got to be able
just like you can't have a radio without people supporting it.
That's right.
So make sure you send in your donation to keep this going. This is a way that people outside of our faith can still hear, and it's a way that they can kind of overhear without being hit directly, and so they can kind of sneak in the back door, if you would.
It's a quiet form of evangelization.
Absolutely.
Many people exploring the faith or have stepped away from it for whatever reason. If they're curious, Catholic curious, if they have questions about the faith, Catholic Radio is one of the very best ways to provide those answers, that information to people. They can listen to it in the privacy of their car or in their headphones or earbuds while they're walking or doing whatever it is they do. And a lot of people need that. A lot of people don't necessarily, want to jump into the OCIA or, go to Mass. They want to explore it quietly, privately.
Face-to-face.
Face-to-face, exactly. They kind of want to have some of their questions answered. And Catholic Radio is probably the most powerful form for providing that avenue for folks. It certainly was instrumental in my faith life, so I'm deeply appreciative of it and passionate about it. But it can't exist without listener support. We need that support. Give us a call at 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. The phones have been quiet. We've got room for your call right now. So we've got two lines, and both of them are open right now, 888-287-0655. Give us a call or go online to holyfamilyradio.fm and make your donation there.
Yep, I can see through the window in the studio. There are several volunteers out there. They are enjoying themselves, drinking some coffee, getting able to catch up with each other, but I like to see them busy, actually.
Put them to work.
Put them to work and answering phones. But 888-287-0655, it's up to you to make that happen. 888-287-0655. Yeah, I like to say that the car becomes a classroom when you have Catholic Radio on it. And it is a great way for folks to explore what the Catholic Church teaches and what it means. And I really enjoy the fact that the programming is it's always positive, but it is never detrimental to those who are not Catholic.
Right. Yes.
Okay, so it does not bash anybody who is not Catholic. I'll just use that sort of terminology. It's not going to be negative. It's always encouraging and inviting. And
it's charitable.
It's charitable.
Charitable towards other faiths. I mean, I have to jump on that because I'm a little passionate about that point as well. Having come from a different faith background, I can tell you that I heard in lots of folks, and maybe you even experienced this, Deacon Dave, that Dave,
you're
sorry,
right.
That's okay.
Go with my first instinct, right? I heard a lot of Catholic bashing in my prior faith tradition. The apologetics in at least a lot of the faith tradition that I grew up with involved not just making their case, but making a negative case against Catholics and the Catholic Church and the Catholic faith. And that was something that has always struck me about Catholic Radio and about really most Catholic apologetics that you'll hear is that it's not bashing. It's not negative. It provides the Catholic viewpoint very well explained, but not in a negative, bashing, uncharitable method towards our fellow Christians. And I think that's really something important about Catholic Radio. And, we beseech your support of Catholic Radio, because if all you've ever heard is that Catholic viewpoint, which is charitable, maybe you don't appreciate the fact that unfortunately, it can get kind of negative on the other side, very negative. And so when you support Catholic Radio, you're supporting the truth, but the truth spoken with love and charity. Give us a call and support your Catholic radio station, 888-287-0655.
And it's one of those things we're told we need to pray all the time, often. And when you're listening to the Catholic radio in the car, you're in essence praying because you have him at the forefront of your mind when you're driving, when you're listening. And so it's a way of considering yourself praying and building that relationship. And it's a relationship builder while you're driving.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what it is, and that's what it's about. You know, we talk about we're all called to evangelize. It's by virtue of our baptismal and confirmational call is to evangelize, and Holy Family Radio is doing the heavy lifting, so to speak, for you. But it only does it for you if it's here. So that's why we need your support at 888-287-0655. It's so easy to say that so fast. 888. I never think about it, you know. I never think about the fact that I say it so fast. And I'm sure I will never forget this number. We have not changed it in 15 years, folks. It's 888-287-0655. If you ever donated before, it's probably in your phone right now. You hit 888-287-0655. We'd love to talk to you. Love to get to know you, get to your thoughts and opinions on our programming, what it is that you like, what we can do better for you, because we want to, provide the best experience for you. And hopefully, with our new transmitter on 88.9 and with some improvements at 94.9, got a brand new transmitter at 90.9, so that should be good for the foreseeable future. But all that comes at a cost, and it can only be paid if we have the funds that we can do that. In fact, we have to buy a new transmitter for Van Wert, and that's going to happen here in the next couple of months. So we need about $45,000 in order to be able to do that. Right now, for this Spirit Drive, we're at $22,345, but I'm not sure it's completely updated today. We might have a little bit more than that, but we are roughly about 40% or so of our total that we need to reach. So you can help us in this battle by calling 888-287-0655. That is 888-287-0655. You know what I thought about last night when I was leaving here, trying to get things set up? I left here around 10 o'clock last night. And I was thinking, trying to rehearse in my head, how I was going to, talk and everything else. And I was thinking, a lot of times you say call toll free, 888-287-0655. I'm thinking, is there such a thing as a toll anymore? Is there truly long distance now? I know international, they consider that to be, an upcharge, but is there such a thing as toll free or long distance anymore?
I suppose for people that have landlines, maybe. That they're only using, cell phones.
Most of those are even in the U.S. are this a normal call anymore.
Yeah. Well, give us a call regardless. If you're concerned about the toll, go online.
Yeah.
888-287-0655.
So along with that, I think about when they say, you can text such and such, and that, texting rates may apply. I'm like thinking, who charges for texting anymore, right? But they have that disclaimer just in case you got somebody who gets a bill and they're all upset because my bill is $10 higher because I sent 5 texts or something. Anyhow, I digress, folks.
Yes. This is an avenue that forms minds and faith, and we can see that coming Saturday. Of what happens. We have 13 more diaconate candidates being ordained on Saturday. 13 more. And this next class just started, and there were 31. And a lot of this is coming because they can also hear it as well as see it in church.
Yeah.
And so it's the power of radio.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So you have a passion about radio. We talked earlier about how you started the first station in Fostoria, which isn't there anymore. But I'm a little curious if you could tell us more about what inspired you to do that, and maybe some of the challenges even that you faced at the time.
Well, what challenged or made me want to go this route was Annunciation Radio had started, and very similar to the starting date. And it was something that I had overheard, and I'm going, this is a way that we can evangelize without having to go door to door, face to face. And it's something that's a quiet way of evangelizing and let people do it on their terms. And that part they can check out, find out. Nobody really has to know other than them of what they're looking into until, okay, big questions come, okay, now how do I find more information? And so that was a major part. As far as challenges, of course, is starting up a radio station, like starting up Van Wert. It costs. And so it takes a little bit of investment there. I came into it without having any prior knowledge of doing any kind of radio, anything like that. And so it was a huge learning curve. I was lucky to get somebody that worked in the radio industry to come in and do my weekly news type things for the community news for about a year or two until his health wasn't able to finish up. And then I was doing them, and it's like, okay, I'm learning this on the fly. Yeah. So I kudos again to you. You're much better at than what I did. I just came in and kind of flew by the seat of my pants to start with.
But it takes people with that vision and that commitment to bring about Catholic radio, to bring out, any new project. But of course, also Catholic radio, in this station has a similar story of, some very dedicated, passionate people that started it up, and that it still takes that to keep it going. Mm-hmm. As we've been talking about, Deacon Jeff wears a lot of hats, but the hats are heavy and bigger all the time as this ministry grows, and fortunately he's got a team of people that helps him out, but he can't do it without that team, and this station can't exist without listener support. The lights can't be on, the microphones can't be on, and we can't be expanding to the Fostorias and the Van Werts and several years ago to Ada Lima area without listener support. So we need you listeners to give us a call, 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. If you're a new donor, you can receive the thank you gift that we have. Should I take it, Chris? Is it okay if I move it here? Yeah. This book right here, if you're watching online, you can see it. If you're listening, you'll have to take our word for it. But this book by Joe Heschmeyer, The Early Church Was the Catholic Church, is our thank you gift to you for becoming a new donor. We're hoping to get 45 new donors this year, and we're hoping that 25 of them come from your area, Deacon. Yes. Come from the Fostoria area, since that is our newest signal over there. But also, not to forget our recurring donors and how important you are. If you are an existing donor, I used the wrong term there, existing donor.
Yes.
And you're willing to increase your donation by the equivalent of $15 a month, whether that's a recurring donation, increase of $15 per month, or whether you donate just like, for example, once per year, that would be, I think, $180 additional dollars that year. The reason for the 15, if it isn't obvious, we've been on the air 15 years, and so it's in celebration of that. Yay. Let's hope for another 15 and ongoing. We need your support. 888-287-0655. You can also go online to holyfamilyradio.fm. We have a form there that you can complete. We'll get notification of it. And now is a fantastic time to call. We know you don't want to miss our conversation with Deacon Dan, but Dave. Oh,
Dan was earlier.
Dan, that was it. That's why I'm doing that.
That's why
but
you're doing that.
I'm honored that you're calling me Dan, because he's an exceptional deacon.
Okay. I feel just 2% better that I keep messing up your name. I apologize.
That's okay.
The reason it is a great time to call right now is that we have matching funds on the table.
That's right.
So your $10, your $50, your $100 suddenly becomes twice that amount if you call now and take advantage of those matching funds, which generous donors have made available. 888-287-0655.
Yes, those donations are trickling in for that matching fund, but we're not there yet. We probably have at least $1,000 left of that $3,000 matching fund. So you can get in on that by calling us at 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. Remember, our need is really great. We started this whole thing without any debt, and we own a couple of our towers, but we have to rent a couple of towers, and we have to rent this space here, and there's lots of other expenses, including replacing our transmitter at WJTA was also a big expense that we did not exactly plan on having to do. So therefore, we need to have the funds available for us to do that. And let me also say that there is opportunity to expand. There is opportunity that that I've been made aware of for Holy Family Radio to expand into a completely new area. And we would like to be positioned to be able to do something like that. So if you are somebody who'd be interested in something like that, you could always reach out to us. And if there's anything you can do to help us with that potential, that would be fantastic. But either way, we still need your support right now for at 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. We've been mentioning our mobile app. I'll punch that up here. Let me show you right there on screen, right here in this bottom right corner that says donate. Okay. That's got a heart. And if we take that, and it is going to bring up eventually, going to bring up our donation form. Makes it really easy for you to donate. And of course, it's taking forever right now as I try to show it. Either way, makes it really easy.
There you go. Yeah.
When it does show up to be able to donate. Look, it's still not there.
It's still not
I don't understand.
Well, we have a lot of technology going on. We're filling up our Wi-Fi.
Your bandwidth is
our
really
bandwidth.
full.
There we go.
Yeah, absolutely, because all of our cameras are Wi-Fi, by the way, that you're watching this on and streaming. So 888-287-0655. Talking to Deacon Dave Schieffer from Fostoria St. Wendelin. How big is that parish over there in Fostoria? Is that the only Catholic parish in Seneca County?
No, because there's two in Tiffin.
Okay.
And
It's still
so,
Seneca
plus
County, all right.
Attica, and so we're not the only one, but we're the only one that is in 3 different counties at the same time.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Fostoria has 3 counties: Seneca, Hancock, and Wood.
Okay.
The biggest part is in Seneca. The church is in Seneca County.
Okay.
And so it's a town of about 12,000, and it's very conscientious people there. And every time we ask for something, they are out there to really rally forward for some good cause. Mm-hmm. And there is no better cause than Christ. Mm-hmm. And so that part, if we can rally forward, it helps spread the news, the good news, mm-hmm. which we're commissioned to do through our baptism. Mm-hmm. And here, just know that the funding is really going for the radio. Jeff still works.
Yes.
And so it's not that he's pulling a huge salary out of here. He would love to, so he wouldn't have to work. Then he could be here instead of split in many different ways.
Yes.
But the money is very thoughtfully utilized and done to every dollar gets the biggest bang for its buck.
Yep. Yep, absolutely. Trying to reach more souls for Christ, the good news of the church, for Christ and his church, which is where the fullness of the faith, the fullness of truth lies. And we proclaim it with charity and clarity, most importantly, charity and clarity. So, in fact, we talk about iCatholic Music is proclaiming the joy of the gospel through the power of music. So we have things covered on both ends. So not only does your donation help to keep Holy Family Radio on the air and broadcasting, it also helps iCatholic Music to continue to bring you some of that best contemporary Christian music from Catholic artists only. I don't think there's anybody else who is doing that, who is only looking and playing music from Catholic artists. Because in that music industry, the Christian music industry, it is dominated by non-Catholic organizations and businesses. And, truly Catholic artists are typically not given the same opportunities as others are. So that's what we're kind of all about. And it's an alternative for you to be able to listen to and also hear many of the same things that you hear on Holy Family Radio. So please join us, will you? 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. So we're coming up here to 10 minutes before the noon hour. Our adoration chapel will be ready to go here. Jesus will be coming over in about 10 minutes or so. So our folks are here for adoration. There is room for you to come and spend a holy hour in support of Holy Family Radio for the success of the Spirit Drive. All you have to do is set your GPS for St. John the Baptist Catholic Church over in Glandorf, and you'll find our studio here. We are on the campus of St. John the Baptist Catholic Church here in Glandorf. We have our own front entrance, and that's the place where you'll want to go, and because the chapel will be set up right across the hall. It's a nice little chapel, and we're very pleased to be able to offer that for the success of this drive and for Holy Family Radio in general. So there is space available. So if you want, especially this afternoon, I believe this afternoon is the time that we need you the most. So if you'd like to come, just show up or give us a phone call and let us know you'll be coming and maybe make a donation while you're here. 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655.
We should just mention, if you're not familiar with the area, that if you're looking at the church, and the church is very hard to miss, it's very tall, we're on the other side of the gym and parish center. So if you're only focused on the church, you may kind of miss the radio station. Although today we have balloons out front.
Yes, we do. We have balloons.
Try to catch your eye. But just watch for that. If you're not familiar with the area, that should be helpful. If you are, then you know where we're located.
That's
if you're from the area. 888-287-0655. We still, we still have matching funds on the table available. Make your donation go twice as far by calling now and utilizing those matching funds. 888-287-0655. Deacon Jeff, I don't know if you have that figure available of how much. No, you don't.
No,
okay.
I don't. I'd like to, but I'm trying to focus on
that's okay.
What we're doing
but
right here. So
we looked, we had at least around 1,000 left of matching funds. Yep. So take advantage of that and give us a call, 888-287-0655. If you donate online at holyfamilyradio.fm or through the app, the Holy Family Radio app, we will get a notification of that, and you will be taking advantage of the matching funds. Also, if you're a new donor, you can receive this thank you gift. The early church was the Catholic Church by Joe Heschmeyer. We would love to provide that gift to you. If you stop in the studio, as we were talking about, coming through for adoration or stopping in during open house here at the studio, you can pick it up yourself. That's for any new donor can receive that book. If you are an existing donor and you increase your donation by the $15 a month or the yearly equivalent of that, you can also receive a copy of that book. We have no limit. We're not capping it at any amount. So if we run out of books, we will just order more. We got a nice deal from Catholic Answers, wasn't it, Deacon Jeff?
Catholic Answers, right.
So we have that book available to you. But stop in. Give us a call, 888-287-0655. We'll take cash, check, credit card, any way that works for you. We humbly and gratefully accept your support of Catholic Radio.
Yep, absolutely. So we're going to be going to break here shortly. That's a perfect time for you to call. On our breaks, we give out the number several times to let you know about where to call, what the number is, how you can give. And when we get back from the break, we're going to be playing the Bible in a Year and a Catechism in a Year from Father Mike Schmitz from Ascension Presents. And we'll be playing that each day because we want to be able to keep on track with the current day. If you're following along with that, and it's a great program that we enjoy broadcasting here on Holy Family Radio. So Deacon Dave, thank you for coming today.
You're welcome. Thank you for having me in.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there any sort of parting words of wisdom or thoughts or anything else that you'd like to talk about before we go to break?
Oh, you're asking me for wisdom. Oh,
I am.
That's where Christ comes in. He does much better, and the Holy Spirit does much better. But the best words of wisdom I can partake at this point is support your radio station, your Catholic radio station. It is a way to reach others, just like Christ reached the multitudes by preaching to the multitudes at the the mounts and from the boat and that, except now you're able to do it without having to have the people there and feed them. They can be listening while they're eating. It's okay. So technology has helped that part, but support your radio station to make that possible.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you. Those are good words of wisdom.
That's a great note to close things out on. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So you're listening to the Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio. We've been broadcasting hope and sharing faith for 15 years. And you can help continue this ministry by supporting us with your phone call at 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. We're going to take a break. After the break, you'll be listening to the Bible in the Year and a Catechism in a Year. If we break in with breaking news, I will do that. Otherwise, we'll talk to you a little while later.